Manufactured locally for the Carolinas. This is the Rob Brown Show. The Fan Upstate.
Good morning.
You son of a. I can't even say hello first. You're like, no, let me get him out of the gate. Let me get him out of the gate.
Good morning.
Hello, upstate South Carolina. Hello, America. Hello, world. Happy Tuesday, day number 2 of your brand new morning drive show. It's the Rob Brown Show right here on the Fan Upstate. I am Rob Brown, the senior agitator in chief. On the other side of the metaphorical glass is the great one, the alpha and the omega of the Fan Upstate, the conductor of the symphony of sound that is the Rob Brown Show. He is hashtag DagKicks, Colonel Grudge, and of course, the owner of the best hair in radio, the great one, Lonzo, is here.
So you just call me a senior, man.
Senior is an executive level. Would you prefer executive agitator?
Yeah, because senior implies old, which I am, but that doesn't mean you're allowed to say it. You know what? The fine listeners, you're in trouble because each morning we're going to wake up a little bit more and get used to it. And then it's going to get crazy.
I gotta tell you, I don't hate myself as much this morning. I'm not saying everything's great. I am not, and let me emphasize, not a morning person. And it turns out that 2 days of the alarm going off at 4 a.m. has not changed that yet.
Yeah, I am a morning person. So
Lonzo comes in chipper as a freaking honeybee, man. He just smiles and bouncing off the wall.
By Friday, it'll be like the old norm again.
Oh, man. By Friday, I might stop hating myself. But, ladies and gentlemen, I make the sacrifice for you because I am a good person. And you
were waiting for me to jump in there and say yes.
No. I figured
yes,
you might.
yes, you are.
No,
you
I
are a
figured you'd say
good
the
person.
opposite. You, ladies and gentlemen of the upstate of South Carolina, deserve a sports talk radio morning show that leans on the sports and, helps you have a good time doing it. And that's what Lonzo and I are here for.
Maybe we should start talking. Hey, good morning. How y'all doing today? It's a lovely day outside.
It is not a lovely day outside because it's not day outside.
I got up and I heard them deer jumping and thought, man, I don't want to go to work. If I could just be in that stand for just a little bit and I get me like a 12-point buck, it would be amazing.
I'm not
deer jerky it's like you got to chew on it a while, but it's tasty.
I'm not going to let you take down the deer hunters.
I'm not. I'm just saying that, that's what some other shows sound like. That's all.
Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of shows, do we have one for you lined up today? Coming up on the radio broadcast today, we are going to ask the question, if I made you put a paycheck down on one remaining undefeated college football team to finish the regular season undefeated, which team would you select? Because I went through them after the show was over yesterday and came to the conclusion, I don't friggin' know. All right. I don't know. So I put together a list of the undefeateds that I think have the best chance to do so.
Wow.
And I'm going to give you a reason every one of them won't.
Is there a lot of undefeateds?
There's a solid few.
I can think of a couple, but
Georgia's undefeated. Florida State is undefeated. Washington's undefeated. USC is undefeated. Washington, Ohio State, Michigan, Texas, Oklahoma, all undefeated. I'm going to give you one big reason each of them will not finish undefeated, and we'll talk about that coming up later in the show. Then at 8:20 this morning, we will do your NFL power rankings for the week. Last night, the Seattle Seahawks knock off the New York Giants 24-3 or so, I am told, because I was asleep for it.
How about that Drew Lock?
How about Drew Lock? Got the dub.
I just want to say real quick, that dude can zip the ball in there. I don't know what happened in Denver, but
I can think of a lot of
There's
things
a reason
that
why
happened in Denver.
There's a reason why Gino said, yeah, my leg's good.
Yeah, I can play now, coach. Again, I've only watched the highlights from this morning. I've got a DVR in the house. I'll check it out when I get home. I know I was still awake when Jamal Adams was forced to leave the field, and he was not happy. Not happy. The independent neurological analyst on the sideline, or whatever they're called nowadays, went up to Jamal.
Head doctor.
The head doc went up to Jamal after he took a Daniel Jones B strike to the head and was like, dude, you got to go in the back. You got to get the test. You got to tell us what day it is and how many fingers I'm holding up and who's the president and all that good stuff. And if you can get through that, we'll let you back. And he was not pleased by any of that. And then later on in the game, Gino had to back out too. Drew Lock ends up coming in.
Gino wanted to fight.
Gino was
of a
hot.
What he called a dirty play. So yeah.
Yeah, Gino was heated. The Giants in full-on meltdown mode right now. Full-on meltdown mode.
There is it's mean, but at the same, because I've experienced this myself, when a short guy, in this case a coach, is looking up at a really tall guy and just giving him the business, in this case Daniel Jones, it's comical. It really is. I've had a program director who was like that one time. He's like, he might as well have been 4 foot tall, just screaming at me from way down there. And that always reminds me of that. And just the look on Daniel Jones' face, like, I'm doing my best, coach.
We are going to talk NFL power rankings coming up at 8:20. We've got some overreaction or make sense coming your way later in the show.
By the way, really quick, we're live on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, and the X. And Joe, it is a really big shoe.
Joe said, all rise, the Rob Brown shoe is on the air. And then he corrected it, Joe, but I respect that. Brandon Smith said Daniel Jones is one of the least paid quarterbacks in the league, though, right? They just showed a stat up on the 4-letter.
So that makes it okay that he's not good and that his coach is yelling at him and stuff because he doesn't get paid much. You don't get, you know what? I don't get paid much either. And little guy yelling at me is never a good time.
What happened this weekend? Well, this weekend. What happened last night? I'm not putting what the Giants are going through on Daniel Jones. Danny Dimes running for his damn life right now. And when I say running, I mean, my QB, if you have put together a roster around Danny Dimes, his ability to run for more rushing yards than anybody in the team should not translate to him, doing that. He should not be having to scramble for 60 yards a game because those 60 yards that he's picking up on the ground are not because they're running excellent designed runs for Danny Dimes. They're run because he's sitting in the pocket for 4 or 5 seconds. Nobody gets open. And Daniel Jones is like, oh God, and taking off. We got that sound clip from Gino earlier in the year. We got that sound clip when, who was it? Was it Aaron Donald that was rushing down Gino and you heard him go, oh God. We got that clip. That if we put a mic on Danny Dimes, it would just be bleep, 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 bleep the whole time. That poor dude can't get a break, man. Brian, I just gotta go with how is it that everybody wants to roast Danny Dimes and nobody's looking at Brian Daboll like maybe this is a you problem.
It's the look on Daniel Jones's face. It's
called shell shock.
No, it's very Eli Manning-esque. They look like the same guy when the helmet's on. They don't play the same, obviously, but they look the same. It's just that, like, why am I here? Look every time you see the look on his face. Hey, are we gonna talk about someone's new haircut eventually? No, not in this room. In basketball.
Oh, you mean emo Jimmy Buckets?
Oh, yeah.
You're damn right we are.
Yeah, because I think you could pull that off.
You're
if you wanted
damn
to.
right we are.
You could if you didn't have the hat on.
I want you to know this is not a joke. If you haven't seen it yet, stay tuned because I've actually got that plugged in as the last segment of this hour. But if you haven't seen it, Jimmy Heat World showed up yesterday for the Heat, and it's the best thing that's ever happened to basketball, and we're going to talk about that later, because I'll tell you right now, I woke up this morning.
I thought it was fake, but it's not.
No, it's legit. I woke up this morning. See, he was like, he's got the Andre 3000 haircut, the old Outcast haircut. But then he went with eyebrow ring and lip ring and nose ring and made himself Jimmy Heat World. And immediately I woke up. I saw it last night as I was going to bed. I'm texting our buddy Andrew, who is the president of the riot. I'm texting Keegan because we all had our emo phase back in the day. Basic white guys. We all had our emo phase. And so I texted them about it. We were all having a good laugh. And I woke up this morning, and I need you to know I was yay close to breaking out the fiance's hair straightener.
You should have. You absolutely should have done
I haven't
that.
ruled out doing it. Like, I think it's basically going to come down to if the Heat go on a run early, because now I am a Jimmy Heat World fan. If the Heat go on a run early, I may have to break out the guy liner and the hair straightener and do a little Jimmy Buckets tribute.
Yeah, see, I can't do that because I'll just look like a serial killer. I mean, that's, it just wouldn't work for me.
All right, we're going to talk about Jimmy Heat World later on in the show because that guy is now, just legend status, just hero status. Dame Lillard showed up for the Bucks yesterday as NBA training camps have opened up. We'll get into that later on. There's a story going around. I don't know if you saw this, that apparently when Dame found out that he was getting sent to Milwaukee, he apparently, and again, this is a rumor, but apparently he reached out to Portland. It was like, yo, can I take my trade demand back? And they were like, nah, son. See ya. Enjoy Milwaukee, bro. Enjoy Milwaukee. I heard it's about 3 degrees on game night in Milwaukee. Enjoy it, my guy. This is what you wanted, right, Dame? So we'll talk about that later on in the radio show. We try to have a question, a topic that we jump into, and we kind of kick it around throughout the course of the entire show. And I know that this is going to be one that I'm interested to see how you guys react to it. But I have seen so many takes on South Carolina. I have seen so many takes on the Gamecocks right now. You have got people who are desperately searching for silver lining. You've got people who are ready to kick Shane Beamer out of Columbia.
Nope.
And the majority of South Carolina fans all seem to be somewhere in the middle, right? So this is the question, because I wanted to ask it in a way that I think is a little more subjective, and I think it kind of opens the floor up for conversation without pushing you guys into, having to take a hard line. So the question I have throughout the day for Gamecocks fans today is this: are you good with where the football program is? That's it. Real simple. I'm going to let you decide what the criteria for being good with it or not good with it is. I'm going to let you decide what aspects of the program that you want to grade to an A or an F or a B- or a C or whatever. I want it open to you, but on the phone lines at 844-326-3663. On the text line, it's 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N. I want you to answer this question for me. I have boiled it down to the most simple way that I can and leave it open for you guys to determine exactly what aspects of the program you want to either praise or critique. My question for the Gamecock fans is very simply, are you good with where the program is?
But I'm trying to figure out, is this like, are you good, dog? Hey, you good? Is this like talking off the ledge good, or is this like, That's
why I left it so open.
Okay.
That's why I left it so open. It could be, Rob, I'm not on the ledge. Rob, I am on the ledge. I am good with this one element of the program. I am good with all of these elements for the program. I'm happy with this. I'm unhappy with this. Shane needs more time. Shane's been given enough time, because I've seen the stat kicked around that through the first 18 games or whatever it is, or 20 games, whatever number people are arbitrarily deciding is the measuring stick, that Shane Beamer has, through this point in his career, won 1 game more than Will Muschamp. And I've seen people saying that Spencer Rattler is just that Shane Beamer,
rabble-rousers reaching for something
I don't think it
for
is.
clicks.
I think it's very fair. I think it's very fair that you point out that this guy.
Did you know that Will Muschamp had the same exact thing? Because you're mad, right? You're mad, huh?
I'm fine with you
yeah.
bagging on nerd stat guy.
Yeah.
But I also like to point out that when we bring up Will Muschamp, he is the measuring stick by which we dictate contemporary success or failure with this program. He is the guy that we decide this guy failed. This
is like Harry Potter. He is he who shall not be named. I mean, let's let that guy go. Let's stop with the comparisons. Let's pretend like he never happened and move on.
No, that's not how it works.
Let's look ahead. Let's not look back.
That's not how it works.
If you want to look back, let's look back at the formative years of Spurrier, and let's pretend like Muschamp and his glasses down on the tip of his nose never was there.
No, it's not how it works. It's not how it works.
It can be.
Learning from mistakes of the past prevents those mistakes from recurring in the future, right?
Or if you dwell on them too much, then you'll see that in everything.
I don't think looking at a guy who has one more win through the exact same number of games as a guy that you have dictated as a failure is necessarily some sort of bad thing. I look at shows.
He said you, he didn't mean me.
I have looked at, on the weekly shows that I have done in the past that I both say that was a good show, that was a bad show. And I go, what can I learn from the bad show so that I don't repeat that? And what can I say I did excellently from the good show so that I can repeat that? I don't think it's a bad thing to look back because I think it's fair to compare Shane Beamer to Steve Spurrier as well and go, where was Spurrier? A successful run. Where was he at this same point in the program? What does Shane have in common with Steve? What does he have in common with Bill? And how do we fix it?
I'd rather look at what he has in common with Steve Spurrier than Muschamp.
That's fine, Lonzo, but always looking at the bright side of life, and I'd whistle here if I could, but I can't.
I'm glad because I hate whistlers.
Is a wonderfully optimistic and idealistic way to go through life, but it's not a realistic way to go through life. You cannot just only look at the bright side of life all the time.
Hey, Rob, that sun is about to come up in like an hour or so, but it's going to come up.
I know it is.
Yes.
But that's not an optimistic way of looking at it. That's a realistic way of looking at it, right? The sun has come up every day.
And a realistic way of looking at the Gamecocks is that Shane Beamer is a better coach than Muschamp.
Prove that to me.
By mine.
Prove that. That's not good enough for me. I dismiss that. By what metric are you measuring him against coaches online?
I don't care. I mean, I get what you're saying.
That's fine, but Lonzo, if you don't care, then what's the point of doing this on the radio, right? Like, this is the point of the show, is tell me why he's good.
But you said that's coming up, so I'll have time to formulate and
perfect. I accept that.
And tell you what you want me to say.
Let's see. We got a couple of texts already. JD has hit us on the MadWorldAttractions.com phone line at 71307. He says, Rob, I am not good with the state of the program. Quarterback room and young defensive backs are the bright spot. Shane gets 2 more years to right the roster. We got another text. Football team's all good. They just got to get some more coal rolling in that chugga-lugga hillbilly choo-choo train this coming Saturday. Beamer ball to the moon. That's from Lonzo. Johnny Carrots. Carrots. Hey, Johnny Carrots. Welcome to the show, huh? We're glad to have you. Texter says, I am on the ledge, but I'm only on the ledge because I am bad. You're what? Huh? You're bad? What?
Listen, man, don't be on the ledge of anything. And there's always something positive to look forward to. And, life is good. There's something in life that's good. Don't do that.
Johnny Carrots, huh? Texas says, it's 31 games. Muschamp was 18-3. Beamer is 17-14. Yeah, again, I think that is what I'm not saying it is the ultimate metric or it's the most important metric. It is a metric by which we can compare them to. We can go look at Spurrier's first 31. We can go look at Lou Holtz's first 31. You can go look at whatever coach's first. All
right. Here's the thing. You can look at the stats and well, these are comparative and everything, and then you can look at the state of the team. What do you like? What the team looks like? I'm sorry. I mean, from I don't want to say from a spirit standpoint, but they try harder. They look like they want to be out there. There are things that a Muschamp team would watch guys run by. And that's Beamer teams do not do that.
So for the record, that's what I'm asking, right? That is a part of the puzzle that I'm asking.
That's why just the mention of Muschamp bothers me because I hate watching people not trying. And it's one thing to say that, the coach had to bring players in with that mentality. to just watch him run by. Just watch him run by. Just that defense, and it was so bad. It was.
So that is,
and I don't see that with Beamer. I see it took him a while to filter some of that out because those tendencies, once they're there, it's easy to fall back on. And those things are just about gone because those players are gone.
I think that is kind of what I was asking. I am asking for, subjectively speaking, are you good with the program? Are you not good with the program, and why? And if you want to go with the mentality of this team, though the record is similar to Muschamp's team, I like the mentality. I like the aggression. I like whatever better. That's a great metric to measure by, and I'm good with that. Another texter said, Rob, I am not good with the program, and I do not see it getting better. Our schedule next year is freaking brutal.
All right,
we can never catch a break.
All right, the schedule's going to be bad every year. You're in the SEC, but you know what? If you turn the team around and you get it to a certain point, you're excited about that schedule because you get to prove yourself. It always, we got such a hard schedule. Yeah, you make the team better, then it's not a hard schedule.
I mean, but it's kind of like, the best. I've used this example in the past.
Our schedule's hard.
What's the
we
best
should
way?
Just quit.
What's the best way to become a billionaire? To become a millionaire? Things have to be good to get better. And yes, things have to be bad to get good, but it's very hard to get up from the punches when it's a Tyson fight after a Tyson fight after a Tyson fight. You don't take a UFC rookie and throw him in the mix with Francis Ngannou out of
eventually Buster Douglas shows up and the Tyson fights are no longer the same thing. By the way, it's hot in here. I don't know if you knew that.
Again.
Yeah, it's pretty toasty.
All right, so there's your question of the day for Gamecock fans that are tuned in this morning. A, are you good with the state of the program? Are you good with the state of the program? You can use whatever metric you'd like to say that you are or that you are not. You can base it on stats and numbers. You can base it on win totals. You can base it on mentality. You can base it on whatever you want. The question is wide open. Are you good with the current state of the program? Got a lot of texts coming in already. We're going to keep looking at those as the show rolls on. Phone lines are open, 844-326-3663. The MadWorldAttractions.com text line is open at 71307. Start that text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N, and we'll read them on the air. We're back after this. We'll keep breaking this question down. We got responses from Spur Daddy, from JD, and more, all coming up on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Good morning.
QC.
All right, guys, quick break. We're right back if I can. All right. You also the new break screen, yeah? Question for you in the streaming audience. Did the music attach to it? Did you hear La Musica? Trying to spice up the stream a little bit, man. Till I can get Lonzo to start Zonly during the breaks.
You say Zonly fans?
Yeah, it's like OnlyFans, but you.
Yeah, it's just me smiling, which is creepy, but yeah.
Beautiful. JD, Jacob, thank you guys. And good morning. I got to tell you, it's really only like the first hour of the day that I hate everything. By the time 6 rolls around, I'm like good to go. I feel real good.
See, I'm more concerned with 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock is, it's that midday thing.
I will say about 3:45 yesterday. No, about 2:45 yesterday. My head was pounding, and I took a nap, which terrified me. So I'm like, if I take a nap and it prevents me from being able to go to sleep when I get in bed tonight, it's going to be a real problem. Because back in the olden days, when we were in the time slot that it might as well 9 to noon, when it might as well have been sundown outside, I'd get home at 2 o'clock, take a nap till 3:30, wake up. I'd stay up till like midnight or 1, and I'd be fine. If I stay up till 1 now, you guys are going to get the Rob Zombie show, and not in like the cool musical way.
Well, by the way, if I did the emo thing we talked about earlier, that's who I'd look like. You put some eyeliner on me? No. Not where the next break.
Served until 11 a.m. It was a nail biter down to the very end, but a pick 6 inside the final 2 minutes helped the Birds Rebels win their regional opener last Friday. This Friday night, they put that undefeated regional record on the line when the Rebels travel to Boiling Springs. Hey, it's Rob Brown, the voice of the Rebels, inviting you to join us this Friday night.
See, April says the music sounds ominous.
Okay, all right. Ominous. I can change it up.
Hey, Johnny Carrots, follow me.
Johnny
Yay,
Carrots.
Johnny.
He did text and ask where he could find us on Twitter. I like that.
Oh, that's us.
Johnny Carrots. Auto follow, dude. So the question we threw out there, are you good, Gamecocks, with the current state of the program? Now, you can use whatever metric you'd like to answer that question. We got a texter that said just a minute ago, Rob, we just need more playmakers. Sellers, Harbor, we need a stud running back and lineman. Next year we play Alabama, LSU, and Oklahoma. Schedule next year is going to be very rough. I'm not going to lie, right? We came into this year and I said, look, I think 7 wins is what I say is acceptable. Like 7 wins is an acceptable season. 8 wins is a positive year, a net positive. 9 or more, you're trending up and you're trending up quickly.
Is Alabama scary this year? No.
I disagree.
They're not.
You didn't look at this team. You didn't look at Bama this past weekend and go, that team still got it.
That was like a make good game.
Alabama is a Bryce Young away from being the exact same Alabama we've known. The only difference between Alabama of the past and Alabama of this
college
year
Bryce
is the
Young,
fact
not
that
pro Bryce Young.
That they don't have a Bryce Young or any of the 3 or 4 consecutive really good quarterbacks that they rolled out there. Jalen Hurts before him, Mac Jones before him. The Alabama Crimson Tide put Tua Tagovailoa. They've got 4 quarterbacks starting in the NFL right now. Alabama does. That's why Nick Saban's been really good the last 4 years. The team has been, in terms of overall talent, about as good as everybody else. What has separated them, much like what separated Clemson during their 8-year run? The quarterbacks. They had a string of very high caliber.
That's some pretty good receivers too, but yeah.
Sure. But I'll tell you right now, I would take one Trevor Lawrence, Bryce Young, Jalen Hurts, Mac Jones, Tua Tagovailoa. I'd take one great quarterback and an average wide receiver core over two Heisman caliber wide receivers and an average quarterback.
So you're saying that South Carolina doesn't have a great quarterback right now?
I'm saying they have a very good quarterback.
Statistically, the first couple of weeks
was
like the best.
Correct.
So, yeah.
And then last week and the week before that happened, right? So once they stepped up to SEC talent, Tennessee and Georgia, the number came down. Now, I don't put that on the feet of Spencer Rattler. I put that on the fact that it took you till week 4 to find any semblance of a run game, with finally making the right decision to move Mario Anderson to RB1, but you're still running behind a bad offensive line. And that is, again, all of these things are part of the metrics that I'm asking, that I'm utilizing, that I'm using to ask South Carolina fans, are you good with the current state of the program where you stand right now? Stephen Labbe or Lob, Labbe, either way, and he goes by Coach on Twitter. Coach, I apologize for butchering the last name.
Wait, doing what?
Butchering the last name.
That's not what
I said.
That's not what
That's
you
exactly what I
said.
said.
Okay, all right.
Butchering the last name, Coach. He said the head ball coach was 21-16 in his first 3 years, and it took him 6 years to get to double-digit wins. He was also 1-1 in bowl games over that time, and many of us think he was the best coach South Carolina ever had. Give Shane some time. He will do better than Steve Spurrier. End quote.
That's optimistic, and I hope you're right.
I think it is optimistic. I think it's fine to be an optimist, but And I don't just do this with football. I do this with everything in my life. I ask the question, if you're optimistic, I'm 100% fine with that. But why are you optimistic? Do you have a good reason to be optimistic, or are you just optimistic because that's the fun way to go through life? And it's okay if so. I'm not judging that, but I can't hitch my wagon to that particular horse. You understand? So,
because your glass is half empty.
No, I just have a glass with some water in it. And then I get to dictate what that's good for, right? So, Steven says the HBC was 21-16 and had a 1-1 bowl record over his first 6 years. And that we need to give Shane some time. And I'm good with that, but to get to that number, I don't think 5-7 is good enough. And I am starting to get to where I think 5-7 is a potentially realistic outcome for the Gamecocks this year. We started the schedule breakdown yesterday, right? You got Florida coming up on the 14th. You got the bye week. I don't think the bye week could come at a better time, right? You beat Mississippi State in a slugfest, the same Mississippi State team that got beat down by Bama the very next weekend. You got smoked by Tennessee. You were in a dogfight with Georgia. It's a good, not great. It's a good 3-game stretch. I don't think the bye week could have come at a better time, because the next 3 games, I think, are critically important for South Carolina. This game against Florida that whooped Tennessee at the house. But even though I have said before, and I'll say again, I don't love intangibles. I'm not saying they aren't important. I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm just saying it is hard for me to talk football in terms of unquantifiable metrics. Heart. I can't quantify heart. I can look at a guy and say that guy works hard. I can point at a guy and say that guy's got an engine that never quits. I can look at a guy and say that guy plays real hard. It's the reason that I got very frustrated with Tim Tebow in college versus Tim Tebow in the NFL. Because people had said, when Tim Tebow was in college, they go, oh, he's a winner. Dude's a winner. He's got heart. I'm like, yeah, but can you also not see the metrics? Can you also not see that he is a Goliath? Can you not see that he is stacked? Can you not see the 40 time, the bench press, the vert, the passing accuracy in college? And then when he got to the NFL, and I said, this guy's not going to work out as an NFL quarterback. And people said, you're wrong, Rob. He's a winner. And I said, right, but can you not see the passing mechanics? Can you not see that he takes a third of a second longer to get the ball out than other quarterbacks? Can you not see that he tries to tuck and run a half second earlier than any other successful quarterback in the league? These are quantifiable metrics. I can point and say there's a 0.5 second difference, which in quarterback times is half a lifetime. There's a 0.5 second difference between when Tebow tucks and runs versus when Russell Wilson tucks and runs. It's a it's a huge difference. That's a gulf of difference. Can you not see the delivery time? When he drops that ball down to his hip before he comes over the top, that adds a third of a second in delivery time. That's a gulf of time in quarterback time. I can quantify the reasons that I don't think this guy is going to make it in the NFL. And those ultimately, in my opinion, ended up dooming him. I can't quantify he's a winner. He works hard. So I don't love the intangibles, but I kind of think it's hard to argue at this point that there's something about Gainesville that is the kryptonite to Tennessee's Superman. There's something about playing in the swamp that prevents Tennessee from being able to win. That Tennessee team is good. It's good. It's real good. They're going to drop a few because they're not what they were last year with Hendon Hooker. But they're 4-1. Their only loss is on the road at Florida, a place that has been very difficult for them. I think Tennessee's going to beat Texas A&M on the 14th. I think they're going to be in a dogfight with Bama on the 21st. I think they can beat Kentucky, UConn, Mizzou. I think they are the only threat remaining to the Georgia Bulldogs, and they'll beat Vanderbilt. Tennessee may very well be one game, one L, the Georgia L away from representing the SEC East. That's a good team. But Florida, I think you got to beat Florida, right? I think you got to beat Florida. Mizzou, we talked about them. They're the bugaboo. I went from Mizzou's a win to I don't think Mizzou's a win on the road. I think if this game's in this Columbia, I got a little bit better feeling, but it's in that Columbia. That's a problem. Texas A&M is a problem. They are scoring more points, and they have a better organized offense than I thought they would. Jacksonville State and Vandy should both be wins. Kentucky, I got a ton of respect for what Kentucky's doing right now. Mark Stoops has gone from a guy that last year I was like, oh, man, I just don't feel the way he's coaching this program to, okay, maybe I was wrong. And then Clemson. I think today, Clemson's a better football team today. And that's not November 25th yet. It's a long way off. And I thought Clemson was a better football program last year. Carolina went into Clemson and got them. But I think right now, you got to win Florida. You got to win Jacksonville State. You got to win Vandy. That's 3. That's not bowl eligible, which means you've got to steal a win from Missouri, Texas A&M, Kentucky, Clemson. If you go 0-4 in those 4, you got a problem. You got a problem.
If you have the mentality that Rob just spoke about and think you have to steal a win, you're probably not going to win.
Again, that's a fun football cliche. It's a great thing to say as a coach, but it's not quantifiable. Oh, what a terrible mindset. Yes, you have to steal wins from teams that are better than you.
No, you go out and play your hardest and win the football game. You don't go out and try to steal a win. Because if you believe you got to steal a win, that means you believe that you're not as good as the people across from you. And it's hard to defeat someone if you don't think you're better than them.
Like I said, wonderful mentality to have. But I'm a realist. If I get into a ring with Conor McGregor,
by the way, realists
going, I can beat this guy. No, I can't.
The realists lose all the time.
Sure.
Yeah.
They understand that is a reality.
If you say so.
All right. Texas says it's hard to be good with the state of the team. I can't help but wonder where Beamer Ball went. This team, including special teams, aren't keeping opposing teams on their heels. It feels like a really long Rattler highlight reel. The coach needs his swagger back. That's interesting. You think Shane's lost the swagger a little bit? I'll say this. It's hard to throw on the sunglasses and dance in the locker room when you're 2-3, right? It's hard to put up the fun Twitter sketches when you're sub 500. That makes it real difficult. No, he goes out there and he gets Florida, and let's say he gets Florida and Mizzou and Texas A&M, 2 real good wins and a good win, and he goes up, and now they're 4-3. Now I think you start to get that swagger back. But swagger comes with dubs, right? I can't believe I've referenced this guy this many times in the show. But Conor McGregor, if McGregor doesn't run through the first 17 fights of his UFC career and grab a belt, then all Conor McGregor is a loudmouth loser that nobody likes. But you can be Conor McGregor.
Two belts.
Oh, that's right. The double champ does what the bleep he wants.
Yeah, it's two. It's double.
When you're Cotter two belts, when you're carrying straps around, you can do whatever the hell you want, because what's anybody gonna say? Oh, you suck. Oh yeah? Belt one. You're obnoxious. Oh yeah? Shut me up. Right? But when you're 2 and 3 and you got no belts, it's hard to have that swagger. And that's part of where this came from. Are you good with the state of the team right now? Shoot us your answer on the MadWorldAttractions.com text line at 71307, 71307. Start that text with FAN, F-A-N. FAN, F-A-N. You can also shoot us a tweet at the Rob Brown Show. This morning, I'm actually manning the at the Fan Upstate Twitter page. I'm trying. I gotta be more social. I watched. We got this yesterday. The Charlotte Hornets have just signed a endorsement deal with Mr. Beast, the YouTube influencer. Alonzo, we got to be better influencers, man. We got to be better influencers so one day we can get the Rob Brown Show badge on the Hornets unis. I feel like we can pull it off, right? We'll get there one day.
Have you seen what he looks like? I don't know.
I mean, if I handed out $1 million a week, I'd probably be more popular too.
More than likely. I'm guessing that we're not going to do that, though.
If I had $1 million, I wouldn't do it. All right?
I thought you were going to start singing that song.
If I had Bare Naked Ladies, right? If I had okay, let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap up hour number 1. Keep taking your answers. Hour number 2, we're going to get away from that a little bit. That is going to be a question we asked throughout the course of the show. Hour number 2, we're going to do a little Overreactor Makes Sense. We're going to give you some NFL power rankings. That's all coming up as the morning show rolls on. I am Rob Brown. He is the great Malonzo. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. This is the Fan Upstate.
I won't.
All right, guys. Another live read, and then we're right back. Don't go anywhere. You know what I dig about that break screen? When I click it, it auto mutes both mics. So if I turn that away screen on, both our mics mute. And when I take it off, yours reopens.
Okay.
That's phenomenal. That way we don't have to worry about it. So I need to build some more of those. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. Happy Tuesday morning, ladies and gentlemen. Robin the Great One Lonzo with you. Behind the ropes, joining us on YouTube. So is James, Jesse, JD, April, Spur Daddy, Trey, Jacob, everybody up in here. P Digits, Brandon, hit us up. Facebook.com/TheFanUpstate, Twitter.com/TheFanUpstate. Go to YouTube, search and subscribe to The Fan Upstate or The Rob Brown Show on Twitch. All the different ways for you to watch and interact with the stream. You get to go behind the scenes, have conversations with Lonzo and I off the air that we don't have on it and sometimes do. Check out the live stream. It is up all 4 hours, all 5 days of the week, every single day, unless we don't want to. But it's pretty much up every day. So join us there. All right. So we'll kind of put for now, a bow on this conversation. We have asked you, Gamecock fans, are you good with the state of the program? Are you good with where your entire program is right now? And you can use whatever metric that you would like to use to grade it. You can talk about coaching and compare old coaching to new coaching to old coaching. You can talk about players. You can talk about talent, quality of recruits, quality of recruiting, whatever you'd like to use as your metric, as your reasoning. Are you good with the current state of the program? We got another text into the madworldattractions.com text line at 71307. 71307 says, Rob, I'm disappointed with the Gamecock defense so far. The team as a whole is dealing with a lot of injuries and has a ways to go. The bye week will do a lot of good, I think. Clayton White has to be on the hot seat if we come out of the bye week looking the same defensively. And yeah, listen, I think it's obviously a factor that has to be discussed, right? You absolutely do have to talk about the fact that there have been a lot of injuries, that these injuries are problematic, that these injuries are causing a lack of depth that you would like to be able to lean on in big game situations. But is that what we want to hang on to? Is that the thing? Is that the reason that we are here? Or is that just kind of part of the conversation? And I think it's a very fair conversation to be had. So that's the easy question or an easy answer to a complicated question of where are you right now? Brandon tweets into the show. He said, folks need to really calm it down with comparison of Muschamp and Beamer's first 3 years. It's a dumbass conversation. Beamer took over a much worse program. It's not even close. Muschamp came in with tons of talent. Beamer did not. The only reason Champ had talent was because of the previous staff. The popularity Spurrier brought to the program was still very high, even though he quit. Muschamp burned that program to the ground. Beamer had built the culture back up and is bringing in the talent to match. Not even fair to compare the two, end quote. I think that's fair too, Zoe. I think that's very fair. I think when Spurrier left, the program
I think
culture-wise,
it's very well written.
I do too.
And I absolutely agree.
I do too. I think the different spots, and this is why it's interesting. Muschamp took over a very different program when he came in. Despite the fact that I think I thought it was an atrocious hire at the start. I was down in Florida at the time. I was nowhere near the South Carolina Gamecock program, but I was near the Florida program. I was covering the Gators in depth. And when they hired that job, when they hired Will Muschamp, I asked on the air multiple times, why would you hire a retread coach who, and don't take this the wrong way. I think it was true then. It may still be true now. But why would you hire a retread coach who failed at a program that is bigger, better, and more lucrative than yours, right? If he couldn't do it in Gainesville, Florida, a program that just a couple of years before that had been on top of the damn world, had more money coming in, was spending more money on the program, on recruiting, etc. If he couldn't do it at the University of Florida, why in the world would you bring him into your program, which does not have the resources, does not have the foundation, does not have the assets, does not have the capital, and expect any different? I thought it was a terrible hire, but he came in off the heels of Steve Spurrier. He came in at, yes, a point where South Carolina's program had probably never been higher, at least in terms of its culture, its movement, its progression upwards, right? When Muschamp left and Beamer came in, I would absolutely say it was the exact opposite. I don't think South Carolina had been lower in many years. I think South Carolina, after the Will Muschamp years, found themselves in a spot where everything Spurrier had built up was gone. Now, you were here, Zoe. When Muschamp took off, what was there to be? You're senior optimist. What was there that you were optimistic about regarding South Carolina when Muschamp left? I can't imagine it was recruiting.
Muschamp left.
Yeah, honestly, that was it.
That was the optimistic thing. Yes, he was gone.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, we've seen how bad it can be. Now let's see how good it can be again.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a long way up, right? I think it's a long way up. But I think that was it. The most optimistic thing you had going for you was that you had moved on from that coaching regime. That was it. Wasn't recruiting because Clemson was at the highest of highs. They could pretty much take anybody they wanted out of your backyard, and there wasn't much you could do about it. I'm not super familiar with the finances of the time, but I can't imagine that South Carolina was pumping more money into the program than, say, Florida or Clemson or anybody else, Alabama, Georgia, Tennessee, anybody else that they are up against in recruiting in this region. Is there more to be optimistic about now? I think maybe that's even a better question. Maybe we should advance the question from, are you good with the state of the program, to, are you optimistic? What are you optimistic about? Texas said, didn't Muschamp take over a team that had just lost to the Citadel when he got hired? Might be being unfair to Muschamp. And yeah, I mean, absolutely. I'm not saying Muschamp was in the perfect situation when he showed up, but that was just one more reason that I thought the hire was bad, right? This guy took over a Florida program and couldn't get it done. Then you bring him into South Carolina, where you had lost to the Citadel the year before. Not a great look. Not great, Bob. All right, coming up in the next hour of the show, we open with your water cooler cheat sheet, the 3 things you have to know before you go start talking sports during your first break of the day. We got NFL power rankings, overreaction or makes sense, and more. It's all coming up on the Rob Brown Show. Hour number 2 is next. It is the Fan Upstate.
Company you can trust. A company like Priority Heating and Air. Their HVAC specialist will give your system a thorough checkup. And if you need a new unit, Priority Heating and Air is a proud distributor of the Coleman line of HVAC systems. So keep your family or business cool this summer and give Priority Heating and Air a call today at 591-1847 or find them online at PriorityHeatingandAirHVAC.com.
Priority Heating and Air.
Attention all football fans. Are you ready to experience MVP treatment in banking? Look no further than Founders Federal Credit Union, where personalized service is the winning play. Don't settle for being just another number. Join Founders and receive the personalized attention you deserve, along with great rates, loans for any reason, and a dynamic online experience. Visit one of their 41 convenient office locations or visit Founders FC.
Let's see. This young lady says, Gamecock State of the Union, if we can make it through 0-11 with Lou Holtz, we can make it through this season. I don't think people realize how resilient we are. I'll tell you this, as a Saints fan, I understand very much what that's like, to just constantly be beaten down and come back for more. And you cannot win without that attitude. If the Saints didn't have that attitude, they wouldn't have swung for the fences with Peyton and Breeze, and we wouldn't have a Super Bowl to be credited for it. Skrilla says, as a Georgia fan that has the Muschamp on staff currently, Beamer's a better coach. Oh, I don't think any of us are arguing that, are we?
Well, it sounds like you're saying that they're comparative. That, I mean, you have painted a picture that is not that.
I would absolutely say you've got to be more excited about Beamer the Muschamp even today. We will open with water cooler cheat sheet, which there's not a bumper for yet.
Don't miss out. Switch to my plan from Verizon today. It's your Verizon. $999.99, 128 gigabyte home device given purchase or no retail purchase with new smartphone line and unlimited ultimate line required. Less $1,000 trade-in or promo credit applied over 36 months. Promo credit ends. Eligibility requirements are on the 0% APR. It was a nail biter down to the very end, but a pick six inside the final 2 minutes at the Burns.
A lot of promotion for the Burns Rebels today. Love to hear that.
Undefeated regional record on the line when the Rebels travel to Boiling Springs. Hey, it's Rob Brown, the voice of the Rebels, inviting you to join us this Friday night for Burns Rebels High School football. Pregame at 7, kickoff at 7:30. It's Burns Rebels High School football, powered by your local Eagles Market and Founders Federal Credit Union on the Fan Upstate. 97.1 Spartanburg, 97.7 Greenville, and free on the Odyssey app.
Your morning jolt of sports is the Rob Brown Show.
We are now joined by All Elite Wrestling megastar, Miss Chris Statlander, here on the show. How do you do, young lady?
I'm doing great, thank you.
You've talked about in the past how you're kind of a big science dork, and that led to the gimmick that you were in, and then you kind of hit the point where you want to be taken more seriously as a professional wrestler. You're TBS champion. Oh, she brought the belt. Let's go.
Oh, there you go.
I love it.
Look at that.
I love it.
Timing right here.
Do you take that everywhere? You like going to the mall strapped?
No, it's so heavy. I do bring it obviously to and from work with me, and traveling with this in my backpack, it hurts so much. You know, I could probably just leave it at work and have them take care of it for me, but as the TBS champion, I feel like it's my responsibility to always have this and be responsible for it when I'm not just at work.
Don't hit snooze. Play the Rob Brown Show. Now, morning.
Don't hit snooze, hit play. I like it. Good tag.
I was trying to figure out what's a sport and what's not a sport. It's a sport if there's defense. It's not a sport if there's nobody trying to stop you. Like surfing. Surfing is not a sport because there's nobody out there trying to knock you off the surfboard, right?
You know who's trying to stop you? So wrestling's a sport, according to his definition, because there's someone.
Choreographed athletic event.
Yeah, but
I think I
someone.
accept that as the definition.
But someone's trying to stop you, and that's what he just said. So I mean, I'm just saying.
Bum bum.
Rob Brown Lockdown. Unfiltered sports talk manufactured locally for the Carolinas. This is the Rob Brown.
And away we go, our numero dos, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Rob Brown Show. This is the Fan Upstate. How do you do? Spectacular to have you.
Good morning. Good morning.
No, we heard it.
Good morning.
The first 2 times.
Good morning.
3 times.
Good morning.
All right, that's enough of that. Yeah! That's better. Yeah! Woo! 4 hours of sports talk entertainment every single AM right here on the Fan Upstate. I am Rob Brown. On the other side of the metaphorical glass this AM is, of course, Colonel Grudge himself, the great one Lonzo here as well.
Lonzo is a superstar.
In his own mind. It works great. Yeah, I feel like you got to do something right to have a clip with your name in it that says something like that. You know?
You're trying to recover from the fact that you just dogged me, but you know, we all heard it.
I didn't dog you. I just said you were a senior and you got upset about that.
No, I mean just now you said I was a superstar in my own mind. I'll have you know
So
that
am
I've been a superstar for 26 years here in the upstate of South Carolina. How long you been here?
Turns out 3.5 already. 3.5 already. I feel like I got here like a month ago. 3.5 years I've been here. We got a lot coming up for you in this hour of the show. Lonzo.
And now you're on the morning show, the first morning show ever on this station, live and local morning show right here.
Yes.
No one else has done that on this here station but you and I.
Yes, indeed. And happy to do it, by the way. Not happy to be up at 3:45 in the morning, but happy to be here at 4:15 in the morning. We've got a lot to get to. Coming up here in just a minute, we're going to get your water cooler cheat sheet. We got to talk about Jimmy Heat World. It's just the greatest basketball player to ever live, Jimmy Heat World. Can't wait to see what that guy like. Do you think he carries that into the NBA season itself? Do you think he shows up opening day with that look?
No, I just saw a video and he said it's his Halloween. That's what he said.
Come on, Jimmy Heat World. I need my first ever pure emo basketball.
All right. Think about when we did photos for the station and you and I came with a bunch of props and things and we killed it and had a blast. And then we haven't seen those pictures because I guess, we're stiff now and we don't want to have fun. But
I got one with a baseball bat.
Yeah, good for you. Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah, I haven't seen my keytar photo, which was, the hair was flying, the keytar was jamming and nothing. So showing up to a photo shoot and having fun, good for him. Because in the end,
I love it.
It's a sport, it's a game that you can take serious and still have fun with it. And I love the hair.
Jimmy Heat World.
But you know what? No way you could play with it like that.
I want him to try. I do. We're going to talk Jimmy Heat World later in the show. Give you your... Actually, coming up in the next segment, are there any college football teams that you would bet a paycheck go undefeated? Any college football teams left standing with an unblemished record that you would bet a paycheck they go undefeated? I'm going to break it down and give you one reason why every remaining top flight undefeated team will not finish that way. We'll do that coming up next. Then at 8 o'clock, Overreaction or Makes Sense. Lonzo is going to give me a handful of takes that we've seen pop up on the social media over the last couple of days, and I'm going to tell you whether they are overreactions or they make sense. I'm also going to give you your NFL power rankings later in the show as well. But before we get to any of that, it is time for your water cooler cheat sheet. The 3 sports news items that you need to know about before you take your first break, before you get around the water cooler and start talking sports with your work proximity associates, as the great Ron Swanson might say. It is time for your water cooler cheat sheet. We start with item number 1. Ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls, the MLB postseason is upon us. The brackets got released yesterday. The games begin today. It is wild card time in Major League Baseball, and we get started at 3:08 this afternoon. Oh, look at that. Look at that. We got a sound effect. Item number 1. How we feel about that, Lonzo?
Well, I let it play till the end. I'm rewinding on this thing because I will get it and have it in my in my thing in just a moment.
I feel like we're pointed in the right direction, Like we basically had a day to make the turnaround. All right. We didn't have a lot of time to make the turnaround. We're going to get there. We're going to get there. All right. Water cooler item number 1. The Major League Baseball postseason starts today. The wild card round is underway. 3 straight days of wild card baseball, and it starts at 3:08 this afternoon when the Rangers and the Rays get game number 1 on the bottom half of the American League bracket. That game's going to be on ABC when Montgomery and Glasnow go at it. That is a heck of a pitching matchup. Spectacular. If you are a fan of pitching matchup baseball, this one is probably the best one to watch today, with maybe the exception of the last one, which we'll get to in a minute. At 4:38 today, Toronto and Minnesota go at it in game number 1 of their AL wild card. It is at 4:38 on ESPN. Gossman and Lopez will get going. Then at 7:08 this evening, we have got Arizona taking on Milwaukee, and this one I'm really interested in. Number 1, Lonzo, the starting pitcher for the Arizona Diamondbacks today, Brandon, last name, I want you to make a run at this, Pfaadt.
Fat.
Brandon Fat. I love that guy. Now, he's not the greatest last name of all time. The greatest last name of all time still belongs to, do you remember it? How about Steve Ho You Fat? The greatest last name in the history of sports. But Brandon Pfaadt making a run at it. He'll take on Corbin Burns today when Arizona and Milwaukee go at 7:08 on the National League side. And then at 8:08 tonight, the one that you Atlanta fans will want to have an eye tuned on to, Luzardo versus Wheeler. We've got the Marlins and the Phillies. The winner of that series will take on Atlanta in the NLDS. Atlanta, of course, with the number 1 seed all the way through the World Series, means that they have home field all the way through the World Series. But Texas at Tampa at 3:08 on ABC, on ESPN Toronto and Minnesota, on ESPN The Deuce, Arizona and Milwaukee, and then Miami at Philly wraps this all up on ESPN tonight. We will replicate those times tomorrow in games number 2, the exact same games in the exact same order. That will be true on October 5th. That is Thursday. If any of these series need to go to a game 3, those game 3s will take place at those same times on Thursday. Major League Baseball playoffs are here. And, this is interesting because Lonzo and I, for those of you that are joining us for the first time in this time slot, we had a conversation back in August, I think, where I asked the question of the great one. I requested of him to speak on behalf of you, dear listeners. What percentage of the show should we dedicate to baseball? Particularly now that we are in the postseason. And the Atlanta Braves are the overall number 1 seed in Major League Baseball. What percentage of the show should we dictate to baseball? 10%, 15, 25, 0? How much baseball in the postseason while we are in the land of college and pro football? How much baseball talk a week? I did the math, Lonzo. With a 4-hour show, we have 60 segments a week. 60 segments a week that we do on the show. How many of them should be baseball? 1, 3, 9, 0?
In my opinion, this spot right here is the perfect place to recap baseball.
So a third of one.
That's just my opinion.
Item number 2 on your water cooler sheet is, ladies and gentlemen, another baseball story. 2/3 of one segment, but I actually have a
Suddenly,
point.
I have to tinkle.
Wait, you got it. You got to give me a setup. Where is it? I lost it.
Yeah, I've had that up for you for, the
But how
entire
you
show.
guys say it politely? I want to take a tinkle. I went to take a tinkle. It came back. That's polite, right? Tinkles. I went to take a tinkle. It went back.
Loses its impact when I'm slow on the button like that. Slow on the draw. That's all good. That's all right. Item number 2, Phil Nevin was the manager of the LA Angels of Anaheim. Phil Nevin is no longer the manager of the LA Angels of Anaheim. The team released a statement yesterday saying that they have separated after a 73-89 season. The Angels did not even schedule an end of the season news conference with general manager Perry Manassian. They just let the guy go, and that was it. That's it. Goodbye. Thanks for coming. Why is this important? It's important because I think the LA Angels are a wonderful example of what to look for to make sure that you're not wasting your time on a team that is beyond poorly managed. The LA Angels of Anaheim for the past 3 years in a row have had not just the best baseball player in America on it in Shohei Ohtani. Scratch that. The best baseball player in the world. Scratch that. The best baseball player of all time, hands down. Don't at me, bro. He just is. They have also had Mike Trout, who might be the best hitter of all time on this team, and yet they have consistently lost. Nevin was 119 and 149 in his first managerial job, missed the postseason in both of his seasons at the helm. Remember, Joe Madden was fired in the middle of a 14-game losing streak back in June of 2022. Nevin took over, and the Angels haven't looked back because they haven't taken enough step forward for there to be a back. They turn around and look back, and they're just staring at the wall because they haven't moved at all. See, here's the problem, though. It's been this way forever. They've had Mike Trout forever. They've had Shohei Ohtani for years, and they've done absolutely nothing with them. That says to me, it ain't a manager thing, dudes. It's a program thing.
Duh.
It's a team thing. It's a front office thing. If you are looking at your team and you are seeing any sort of semblance to the LA Angels of Anaheim, pick a new team. Stop giving them your money. Find a new favorite team, even if it's superficial, even if it's just because I want to rock that logo for a little while because their colors are cool. Find a new team because the Angels are going to go down, I think, ladies and gentlemen, as the single worst put together American sports program. They are one of the longest playoff droughts, and they have done it with Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout on that roster for years. It's unbearable. It's embarrassing. It's pathetic. And they deserve to see Shohei go. They deserve to see Mike Trout go. They deserve to be kicked down into the bottom third of the league in terms of finances because they have been nothing if not reckless and irresponsible. And Phil Nevin's the one that's got to catch the hook for that. I hate it. Item number 3 on the water cooler cheat sheet. The Charlotte Hornets are in the news. Now, the news itself, not a big deal. If I ask you who Mr. Beast is, the only ones of you that are going to know the answer are those of you who have children, more than likely. If you've got a Ute living under your roof that is in the YouTubosphere, you're going to know who Mr. Beast is.
Would you eat that candy bar?
I've never even seen that candy bar in person.
Okay. All right.
All right. I've never seen the candy bar in person. But the candy bar in question here,
I'm guessing it has peanuts in it.
I have no idea. I don't know. I genuinely don't know anything about
it. Well, I can't look up what's in the ingredients in these nuts.
No, that's not what it's
candy
called.
bar.
That's not what it's called.
Really?
That's not
the
his.
picture,
No.
the picture
His,
says.
Yeah, I think somebody got you because
really,
it's
because the
called,
picture says that.
I know that. I think you got because it's called Feastables.
Really? Because
yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at the picture and that's what it says.
Again,
it's on the. It's
I think you got by a fake picture.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I got texted that personally from someone, and then I seen it posted, and I'm sure that that's actually what that is.
Okay, well, I have seen the actual logo. It says Feastables.
I don't know. I don't know what you're getting angry about because I mean, what if it is real?
Because I don't need people leaving this show and going, Robin Lonzo said that the Charlotte Hornets are going to have a D's Nuts badge on their uni this year.
No, I was talking about the candy bar.
It's called Feastable.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I just saw it. So I mean, I mean,
all right, send it to me because I saw the logo on Lonzo. The other ones, the lesser known Lonzo. I saw the uni patch on his shirt the other day or yesterday. The Mr. Beast candy bar is called Feastable. The patch is a cougar head with a David Bowie lightning bolt coming out of it that says Feastables.
All right. Do you want me to send you the one from Walmart or the one from DoorDash or the one from Amazon.com? Which picture you want me to send you?
Literally any one of them, and I'll send you the one from the Charlotte Hornets.
All right. Here's what, if you want to, you can pick up today. Feastables, Mr. Beast, D's Nuts, peanut butter, milk chocolate bar.
I mean, that may be what that would be
and
what
it
one of the
says
candy bars is called.
It says it right on the label. It's really big, bigger than the Feastables.
I mean, that'd be fine. I will tell you the patch. Okay, then let me clarify. The patch on the Hornets logo is the Feastables logo.
I'm waiting for because you said I got. I didn't get got. I was right.
Okay. That is not the patch that
I was talking. I was talking about the candy bar,
right?
And you were talking about the patch. Okay, I said the candy bar. I asked, would you eat that candy bar?
No.
Okay, I fine. I mean,
See now, I I have a whole take on this whole thing, but instead I am Googling D's nuts on my computer. This is going to go great.
Are you looking at it though?
Yeah.
Are you looking at it? You see what it says?
There is a Mr. Beast D's nuts candy bar.
So no,
How about that?
I did not got my source, which is a very good source, sent that to me yesterday.
Mr. Beast D's Nuts Feastables chocolate.
I'm gonna do this thing.
So,
no, wait. I'm gonna do this thing where I'm gonna reveal my source. You know, other people don't do that, but I'm gonna reveal my source. Will Pelagic sent that to me yesterday. Close association. He used to work here, works in Charlotte, has close association with all the teams there, and he sent that to me yesterday.
I am going to say, so Feastables is the overall brand like Hershey.
Right.
And then there's different candy bars that fall under it, including the D's Nuts, Mr. Beast bar, and Mr. Beast Crunch. And all I'm going to say about it is this, and I do have a take.
I dare any of you to go to Walmart and ask for that particular brand just to see, see if they have it.
All I'm going to say is the Hornets are cowards for not going with the D's Nuts logo on their jersey. That's what they should have gone with. It's the name of the candy bar. All right. They should have gone with that. Anyway, the point that I was going to drive at here is I got to give the Charlotte Hornets a lot of credit because ever since the sale of the team out from Michael Jordan and into an investment group that includes who was the real big pop star that's in now? They got Eric Church, the country music singer, and then they got a big pop star musician too. Who was it? Do you remember? I don't remember off the top of my head.
Because
J. Cole.
I was going to say, you look at me and think, wow, that guy knows everything
knows
about music. Yeah.
J. Cole and Eric Church, amongst others. The Hornets have done a great job. I was in Charlotte for the ACC Media Days. I saw, pardon the expression, buzz about the team around the town. And now they've partnered up with who I think is YouTube's OG big-time influencer, right? If you don't know who Mr. Beast is, don't worry. You're not alone. Most of us don't. But if you got a cheering,
I knew who he was.
Right,
so,
but you do this stuff for a living.
Yeah, well, no, it's just he shows up on my X feed all the time, and so
if you got if you host a pop culture show for nerds, or you got a Ute under your household,
oh yeah, I forgot about that.
You know who Mr. Beast is. Now, it doesn't matter if you do or don't. What matters is the Utes do. They know who Mr. Beast is. If your kid's got YouTube, he's aware of Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast does this stuff on YouTube where like he brings a bunch of people in, they play games, and he gives away tens of thousands of dollars at a time. I saw one the other day where he invites a guy to live in a house that has a circle drawn around it. And the rule is he can't leave the house for, I think, like 6 months. And if he stays inside that circle for 6 months, he wins $1 million. But he then screws with the guy. Like he gets progressively worse. Like he starts by hiring a marching band to do a concert on the lawn at 2 a.m. And then by the end of it, he literally brings in a wrecking ball and he destroys half the house. And so the last 2 days, this guy's got to live in effectively half a house in the rain to finish it up to make the $1 million. It's just goofy, fun stuff, right? Just goofy, fun stuff. But he's amassed a following in the millions upon millions of YouTube people, our kids, right? So now, and this is what I love. I told you yesterday, alternate broadcasts are great. Why? Because you're expanding the audience to people that might otherwise not have been interested. Now, who's one of the biggest supporters of the Charlotte Hornets in the game right now? One of the biggest YouTubers in the game right now. One of the most popular online personalities in the game right now, Mr. Beast, is now going to be pimping the Charlotte Hornets along with D's Nuts on the internet. And I think that's spectacular because the Hornets can only go so far in capturing the adult audience of this area, right? Can only go so far. You can bring in J. Cole, you can bring in Eric Church, you can bring in all these celebrities, but at the end of the day, while North Carolina is a basketball state, Charlotte is a growing city that has a wide net, a wide demographic. And so with that growing wide demographic, people move to Charlotte, but they've already got a basketball team, or people are already in Charlotte, and you can only grow that demo so much. So what's the way to grow your fan base? To get the next generation of fans before they pick a team. See, because you might have a kid that's 5 or 6 years old. You might have a kid who's 6, 7 years old, and dad's a big Knicks fan or mom's a big Lakers fan, but they see Mr. Beast filming videos inside of the Charlotte Hornets organization. They see Mr. Beast on the YouTubes rocking a Charlotte Hornets starter jacket. They see Mr. Beast on YouTube doing skits with Lonzo Ball. They see Mr. Beast as a Charlotte fan, and while dad might be a Knicks fan and mom might be a Lakers fan, Mr. Beast is a Hornets fan. You are wrangling up the youth of not just Charlotte, but the country by having one of the most notorious YouTubers in the game in the back pocket of your team. This is a brilliant business move. Brilliant move. Because while people like me are going to look and go, I don't know what a Feastable is. I also don't care. I'm not going to turn off the Hornets because of a Feastable logo. But my nephew does. My little cousins do. They know who Mr. Beast is. They watch all his videos. They subscribe. They follow him as an influencer. And now he's pimping the Hornets for you? That's a good move, dude. A good move. Let's take a break. When we come back here in just a minute, I'm going to ask you the question. What undefeated college football team as of right now would you put a paycheck on to stay undefeated throughout the regular season? I put together a list of, I think, the 8 most likely. I'm going to give you one reason that all of them can't go undefeated, and I want to see which one you would bet against me on. We'll do that when we come back. I'm Rob. He's Lonzo. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. Happy Tuesday morning, y'all. It is the Fan Upstate. He's nuts.
That's
why I'll never be a marketing guy for a big league franchise, because they'd be like, hey, we're going to do a deal with Mr. Beast. And the minute I found out he had a popular candy bar called These Nuts, that's the patch going on the jersey.
I just want to point out that I was right about these nuts. Okay. That's what I want to point out.
I was confused.
I was right. Yeah. Okay.
I thought you were saying that's the patch on the jersey.
I specifically talked about the candy bar.
All right, guys, give me 30 seconds.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY.
Mad Chatter, we are now up always this early, as this is our new time slot, officially.
988 provides 24/7 compassionate support and connection to trained counselors.
Some point I need to make a time-lapse video of the sun coming up over the show. Since we start in the dark, but we do not end that way.
There is hope. The Lifeline works. You are not alone. For 24/7 support, just call, text, or chat 988.
Sponsored by Publix Supermarkets. Ready to work for a company that cares? Apply to work at Publix. They're a supermarket that truly cares about their community and associates. Apply today at apply.publix.jobs. Publix is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, committed to a diverse workforce. It was a nail-biter down to the very end, but a pick six inside the final 2 minutes helped the Burns Rebels win their regional opener last Friday. This Friday night, they put that undefeated regional record on the line when the Rebels travel to Boiling Springs. Hey, it's Rob Brown, the voice of the Rebels, inviting you to...
You ever been to Brasstown Falls?
Burns Rebels High School football.
Nope.
7 kickoff at 7:30. It's Burns Rebels High School football, powered by your local Eagles Market and Founders Federal Credit Union on the Fan Upstate.
Oconee?
97.7 Greenville.
I've been to Oconee County before. Yeah.
Am I saying that right?
Yes, you are.
So what was the name of that candy bar you wanted me to try?
Something by Mr. Beast.
Yeah, but there was like one particular candy bar. What?
It's chocolate. It's got peanuts in it.
Is there like a name I can ask for?
I think it starts with a D.
If you're the Hornets, do you slap that candy bar name on your jersey, or are you just going with Feastables?
Slap. No. No. Okay, Jeff Jarrett. That's probably not what you do.
The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown and the Great One Lonzo with you every single morning from 6 until 10 a.m.
Hey, look at. By the way, we're on the stream at Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, or the X. Look at the bottom comment on about the question you were asking. Yeah. Yeah.
Somebody just suggested I take a day trip to Brasstown Falls, which is in Oconee County. And Zach just chimed in that is the Deliverance County of South Carolina. I don't know if that makes me want to go there more or less.
You got a birdie mouth.
Squeal like a pig. All right. So there are, ladies and gentlemen, a number of undefeated collegiate football programs and undefeated collegiate football programs within striking distance of a playoff spot. In fact, you don't get to your first undefeated team until you get down to the number 10 spot where Notre Dame and Alabama are with a loss. Then you do have Oklahoma, Washington State, North Carolina, Miami, Kentucky, Missouri, Fresno State, and Louisville are all undefeated at this point in the season. So
wait. Louisville is undefeated?
Sure are. 5-0.
What conference are they?
Louisville would be in the Atlantic Coast Conference.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
They currently maintain wins over NC State, Boston College, and Georgia Tech. So
they have conference wins.
They have 3 conference wins, as a matter of fact. Now, the problem for the Louisville Cardinal is
there are a lot of undefeated teams in the ACC right now.
Guess who Louisville's got this weekend, though? Notre Dame. So that streak may be coming to an end. We'll see. But I wanted to take a look at the uppermost undefeated teams and see if there are any of those that you would put a paycheck on remaining undefeated at the conclusion of the year. So let's take a look. And I was going to say at the top 10, but let's say the top 10 undefeated teams. Let's start with North Carolina, who currently checks in at number 14. Now, they had a big win over Pitt this past weekend, 41-24. They've also got wins over Minnesota, Appalachian State, and, of course, South Carolina back in the beginning of the year. They have Syracuse this weekend. Syracuse just fell from the ranks of the unbeaten at the hands of the Clemson Tigers. I like that. How about North Carolina? I don't think North Carolina is a big leap as a potential undefeated team. They've got Syracuse, then they've got Miami coming to town. Now, Miami is another team that is currently undefeated. Miami is currently sitting on a 4-0 record, but the University of Miami, as it stands right now, is ranked at number 17. They are behind 1-loss Ole Miss, 1-loss Oregon State, undefeated North Carolina, Washington State, and Oklahoma, Alabama, and Notre Dame, both with a loss as well. I I think North Carolina could be in a little bit of trouble this weekend against Miami. Because Miami, I think, is going to be the deepest defense that the Heels have faced so far. But if they get by this team.
Wait. So you are saying that Miami is back?
I'm saying Miami looks real good right now.
Okay. Well, that's kind of makes it sound like Miami's, they're undefeated. They're facing another undefeated team in the ACC. That team that place that you can no longer say is about cupcakes because a good portion of them are undefeated. I think you got to say Miami's back.
So
is it hard to say Miami's back?
It is because they've got 3 wins over Miami of Ohio, Bethune-Cookman, and Temple. Right, their lone good win.
Powerhouses.
Their lone good win is they did beat Texas A&M 48-33. That game was in Coral Gables, and that is a good win, but it's a good win. I need to see Miami stretch it out. They got Georgia Tech, North Carolina, and Clemson. If they come out of this phase of 3 games undefeated, then I will say Miami looks like a real good team right now. But that North Carolina game in there is the hinge game for me. That's a big game. After North Carolina plays Miami, they've got Virginia and Georgia Tech. Those should be wins. Then the Campbell Camels. That should be a win. The last 3 games of the year are a stretch for UNC. They've got Duke, another undefeated team. The Duke Blue Devils currently sitting, a 4-1 team. They are not undefeated. The Duke Blue Devils are currently seated at 4-1. Their lone loss came this weekend against Notre Dame.
Yep.
That is exactly correct. 21-14. And it, by the way, was a hell of a game. Riley Leonard got hurt right there at the very end. Duke had a chance. Real chance to knock off Notre Dame. That's a good Duke Blue Devil team. After Duke, North Carolina's got Clemson. I don't care what anybody says. The Clemson team that played against Syracuse this weekend is not the same Clemson team that played in week 1. It's not the same team that played a week before against Florida State.
It is. It absolutely is.
And if you follow me on Twitter, you saw why yesterday, because Clemson did something against Syracuse that I did not see them do against Florida State. They did an excellent job at play calling and scheming into the weaknesses of the defense.
This is a mediocre team. They showed it. Then Syracuse got too excited. That's the reason why they didn't win. Clemson's in trouble.
You may detract as you wish.
No, I'm the only one in the upstate of South Carolina who will tell you the truth about Clemson. Everybody else is going to sugarcoat it, and I'm not kissing their butt. They did not look good. They did not.
Someone says, I am the only one who will tell you the truth.
Absolutely the only one.
They might lead a cult.
Yes.
Especially if they live on a compound.
Yeah, well, this is cultish hair, and,
The newest member of the righteous, ladies and gentlemen. You would fit in, actually. You could take over that tag team as a leader. Lonzo, the leader of the right. Would you wear all white? Could you pull off an all white suit?
No, they need an all black suit.
They need one bad guy?
Yeah. Well, no, just because you wear black, doesn't mean that Chuck Norris wore black, from what I understand. He had a movie called Good Guys Wear Black. So
North Carolina ends the year with Duke, Clemson, and NC State. Now, NC State has made a quarterback change. Dave Doran's team got a little squirrely on him. I don't love that game. I think Carolina goes into that game as a pretty lofty favorite, but it is a rivalry game, and it is on the road, and weird things happen when teams travel to North Carolina State, even if it is just a little trip down Tobacco Road. But that Duke-Clemson back-to-back matchup, that makes it hard to believe North Carolina, who has been in a couple of games so far, including a 40-34 escape from Appalachian State, is a legitimate undefeated contender. How about Washington State, ranked 1 spot higher? The Cougs right now, led by Cameron Ward, are also 4-0. They've got a good win over DJ Uiagalelei and Oregon State 38-35.
You've been selling Washington hard.
We're selling Washington hard.
Yeah.
This is the Cougs of Washington State, baby.
Oh, okay.
One half of the Apple Bowl.
Right.
I like Washington. We're going to get to them here in just a minute. Washington
Wait,
State,
they're undefeated too? So
there
are 2 teams in the state of Washington that are undefeated?
We are going to be mentioning, Lonzo, a few Pac-12 teams in this list so far. Washington State has knocked off Oregon State at number 14. They've knocked off number 19, Wisconsin, 31-22. They dropped 50.
Sorry, I forgot.
On Colorado State. They dropped 64 on North Colorado. They've got a couple of winnable games coming up in UCLA and Arizona. I'm going to tell you right now, if there is a team out of the Pac-12 that is a surprising opportunity to go undefeated, it might be the Cougs. it might be Washington State because their Pac-12 top-notch opponents are very spread out. Unlike USC, unlike Oregon, who we'll get to in just a minute, the Cougs have UCLA and Arizona, winnable games. Then they've got Oregon. That trip is to Eugene. If they come out of that one on the right end of a victory, which would be very, very difficult to do, then they got Arizona State, winnable game. Stanford, winnable game. Cal, winnable game. Colorado looming in the penultimate week of the season. Tough but winnable game. And then they're at Washington. If Washington State gets through Oregon, Washington State is a dark horse undefeated team, I think. How about Oklahoma? Oklahoma's got, in my opinion, Lonzo, they got one more game to win. They got Texas this weekend. Red River rivalry. If they get by Texas, they're undefeated. This is my pick, which is wild to say after the year they had last year.
Didn't that used to be a riot?
It used to be the Red River Shootout.
Ah, okay.
But we don't say that anymore.
Why not?
Because you'll get canceled.
Ah, okay.
All right.
Well, that might happen to me, but not to you.
Red River Shootout is this weekend at noon on ABC, and it is hands down, without question, the biggest game of the weekend because there's nobody left for Oklahoma. After Texas, it's UCF, Kansas, Oklahoma State, West Virginia, BYU, and TCU. If Brent Venables gets by Texas this weekend, Lonzo, Oklahoma's going to the playoff. All right? Call that shot now.
So he's pulled it together and he's done what a lot of other ex-Clemson coaches can't do or haven't so far, and that's awesome.
Tony Elliott's getting fired at the end of this year for Virginia. Brent Venables, if Brent Venables can beat Texas this weekend, is going to the playoff because if he beats Texas, he will leapfrog Alabama, who did not. He will leapfrog Notre Dame, who has a loss. He will probably, I think, justifiably leapfrog the next undefeated team, which is USC. USC is not going undefeated. I love Caleb Williams. I love this offense. They're incredibly good. They're incredibly talented. But they got a problem. They've got two really difficult games back-to-back coming up. They are at Notre Dame, back home for Utah. Then they get a week off at Cal. Then they've got two incredibly difficult games against Washington and then at Oregon. Here's the problem. USC can score with anybody in America. You know what they can't do? Stop anybody else from scoring with them. The fact that they allowed Colorado to come back down from, 27, to end up in a one-score 48-41 game, USC is going to keep putting up touchdowns, but they can't stop anybody else from doing the same. Oregon is going to run through that team. Washington is going to run through that team. Utah, if Cam Rising is back, is going to run through that team. USC is not a team I think finishes undefeated. Speaking of the Oregon Ducks, what about Oregon? They're 5-0 in the Pac-12. Oregon's got a similar problem. In Oregon's next 5 games, 4 of them are against ranked teams. Then they get a week off. They got Washington on the road. Tough win for the Ducks. Washington State at home. Then they've got Utah on the road. Again, if Cam Rising is back, that team's in that game. Then they got a break against Cal, then USC. Bet the over on that game. They might score 150 points combined in that game. At Arizona State, and then to end the year, Oregon State and DJ Uiagalelei wraps up the season on November 24th. I like the Oregon Ducks. I do. But that is a monster haul to go undefeated. How about the Washington Huskies? Oregon this weekend. One of the 2 undefeateds is falling this weekend when Michael Penix Jr.
Are we going to get to any team that's like on the East Coast?
We sure are, because they're all higher ranked than all the teams. Yeah,
because all these are West Coast teams, and no one in the listening audience has seen them play.
I mean, if you don't care about these teams, despite the fact that they are playoff caliber teams, you don't like college football. You just like your team. All right. And that's okay.
I love my team.
That's okay with that. But if you don't like all these teams, you don't like college football, you just like your team. And that's okay.
You don't tell me.
But it is what it is. They got Oregon. They get by Oregon, which is it's a big ask. I'm not going to lie. But they get by Oregon. They got Arizona State and Stanford. And then 4 out of their final 4 are against top 25 teams. They're at USC, back home for Utah, at DJ Uiagalelei and Oregon State. and then back home against Washington State. I don't think there is a team in America that could run through those 4 teams undefeated. That brings us to number 6, the Penn State Nittany Lions. Here's what I love about the 3 Big Ten teams, and we can say the same thing about all 3 Big Ten teams. Lonzo, what's the problem that Penn State, Michigan, and Ohio State all have?
They all play each other.
They all play each other. Penn State has got Massachusetts, the Minutemen this weekend, but then they're at Ohio State. And then on 11-11, they've got Michigan. The odds they go 1-1 in those 2 games, pretty good. The odds they go 0-2 in those 2 games, pretty good, right? Penn State has the same issue that I think number 4 Ohio State has. Ohio State's got Penn State and Michigan. The odds they go 1-1 in those 2 games, pretty good. The odds they go 0-2 in those 2 games, pretty good. The odds they go 2-0 in those 2 games, not as good.
Ohio State has been tested, and Penn State is not, though.
That's not incorrect. Ohio State did beat Notre Dame. That's a big win. But outside of that, they have not. Penn State, on the other hand, is a team that really has not faced the fire. They did have to slug back this past weekend to get by Northwestern, but their best game outside of that was Iowa. They blanked Iowa 31-0. I mean, it's a good performance in a ranked opponent game. I like the Buckeyes, but that's a tough spot to ask for Penn State. And I would say Michigan ends up with the same problem. Michigan's got Penn State. And the problem that Michigan and Penn State have is that they play those 2 games so close together.
Yeah,
Michigan
but
and Penn State get together on November 11th, and then Michigan, Ohio State get together on the 25th. The good news for Ohio State is you've got Penn State. The good news for Penn State is you've got Ohio State a little bit before Michigan. The problem Michigan has, maybe bigger than any other problem, is that those 2 games are within 3 weeks of each other.
There's a bigger problem. Out of the 3, one person's job is on the line.
Ryan Day?
And that's Ryan Day.
Now,
that's right.
If he goes 1-1, loses to Penn State, but beats Michigan, is he safe?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. 2 undefeated teams left. 3 undefeated teams left in this order. Florida State. I'm telling you right now, I don't see Florida State staying undefeated. I like this team. I think this team is good, but they can't run the ball. Syracuse got beat by Clemson because they used Will Shipley to the best of their ability, finally, and I was glad to see it. Florida State's got to beat Duke. Good news, Duke's coming to Tallahassee, but Riley Leonard. Now, if Riley Leonard's done for the year, and it looks like he is, he got air casted off that field. If Riley Leonard is done for the year, Duke's done for the year. And that is a big boost to FSU. But they got Miami and Florida waiting for it at the end. Miami's a good team. All Florida's going to have left is what? Knock Florida State out of the playoffs. That's all they'll have. And if that's all they got, that is a scary team. Then you got Texas, the Longhorns. They beat Kansas 40-14. That's a ranked team. Texas, I feel, is in the same boat as Oklahoma. You beat the other team in the Red River rivalry this weekend, you're undefeated. You're going to the playoffs. Texas has run through the hardest they've seen with the exception of Oklahoma, and that leaves Georgia. Y'all, Georgia started with one of the easiest schedules in America. They ended with 3 out of their final 4 being ranked opponents. Mizzou, Ole Miss, and Tennessee all looking real good right now. Georgia, in their 2 SEC games, South Carolina and Auburn, getting punched in the mouth, responded late in those 2 games. I don't think Georgia's going undefeated. I think there's an SEC loss inside that 3-game stretch down the line. So who are the teams to you that could go undefeated? I don't think anybody in the Pac-12 can because everybody else is good. I think Florida State's got a chance. Either Texas or Oklahoma will. And I think Michigan has the best chance out of the Big Ten. Who do y'all like? Back after this on the Rob Brown Show. Hi, Darby. It's the Fan Upstate.
Good morning.
That's what I get for saying something good about Michigan.
I'm contractually obligated to play the kid at least once an hour in the morning.
I feel like you're not, but I'm not charged with it.
Hey, where's that video? Because I need to go grab something.
It is on brand under videos. It is the 3rd. All right.
That's a good question, Trey. We always trying.
I will answer that with wink. I don't have anything firm yet, so I'll just answer it with wink. Although I do think saying the word wink takes away from the weight of a wink.
Well, because we're not. If we were on the air, saying wink would work because they can't see it, but they can see you wink.
Yeah. How much faith do you put in those undefeated Pac-12 teams? I think they're good, Yates. I think they're good. I think the problem is the Pac-12 is right now what the SEC fans always claim the SEC is. A bunch of real good teams beating up on each other. Washington is good. USC is offensively one of the best offenses we've ever seen. They have no defense, so they can be outshot out. Outshot out?
Outshot out, yo.
They can be outshot out.
You done got outshot out.
Washington State, the Cougs are good, but they've got Oregon, USC, and Washington all on the schedule. Oregon State's in there as a wild card, that they are not undefeated. Who beat them? A Pac-12 team. These teams are real good. The problem is I honestly think they might all eliminate themselves.
Keegan, he asked if we were going to get any WWE people on before Raw.
That profile picture is just spectacularly good. Oh, the birds chirping in the background. So peaceful. So serendipitous.
We're up before the birds.
Really are.
We are.
You know how uncalmly quiet it is at 4 o'clock in the morning?
Maybe where you come out the door at, it is. Not where I am. It's unusually loud.
That's true. I opened the door this morning to the. I live about, 10th of a mile from a train track, and opened the door this morning. The fiance is still trying to sleep, right? Turns out she does not want to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning with me. Can't imagine why. I opened the door this morning. As I opened the door, and I just hear from the back room, really? I'm not in control of the train schedule.
Hold on. Do you have soundproof walls? You can,
No,
so
you can
can't
hear him coming through the wall, but it's muted.
Okay. All right.
It's an old house. It's like an old house. It's pretty soundproof. But I mean, as soon as I open the door, perfect timing.
You're killing my
4
needles over here, man, with that.
Hey, let's talk about Jimmy Heat World for a second. Did you guys see emo Jimmy Butler yesterday? Jimmy Buckets of the Miami Heat.
When he talked, did he use an emo voice? Because I didn't hear any of the video. I just saw the.
He kind of did. There was a great video that came out where he was with I want to say it was Bam Adebayo, but like 2 or 3 other members of the Heat, and he was in. So Jimmy Heat World came out with the straightened out, flattened out hair that was pulled down over half his face. You know, the old emo look. He had the guy liner on. He had the nose ring. He had the eyebrow ring. He had the 2 lip rings on both sides.
So he looked like little Nicky from Adam Sandler.
Dang, you just had to go after Jimmy Buckets like that.
No, you haven't seen how he had his hair?
No, I mean, he kind of did.
But he has a more to one side. I
was going with he looked like every emo front man that ever got popular. Every one of them. I mean, it was an unbelievable look for Jimmy Buckets. I loved it. I got really excited for just a second because I thought that we were going to get a full season of emo Jimmy Buckets. Like, I really thought we were going to get the full season. In fact, if you're not watching on the stream, I just threw it up on our stream at facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate, on YouTube by searching and subscribing to the Fan Upstate, and on Twitch by the Rob Brown Show.
I hope that's a credited picture because,
And we're okay to share pictures. We'll find out. I don't care. I have to share that picture. That's Jimmy Buckets in his emo phase. All right. That's Jimmy Buckets in his emo phase. It's incredible. He's got the Andre 3000 / Fallout Boy haircut, the eyebrow ring, the lip rings, and the video came out. I want to say
what's the clothes he was wearing when he walked into the place like that?
All black, overly baggy, big black scarf wrapped around.
All right.
I mean, he sold out on it. Like, he went all in. And so there's a video of him standing next to, again, I think it's Bam Adebayo, and Bam's like, dude, lip rings are too much, man. Like, you went too far. The lip rings are too much. And he looks at him and he's like, dude, I have to stay in character, bro. It was incredible. It was incredible. Heat by 90 in every game this year if emo Jimmy Buckets comes out. Now, I think this was him just having some fun, little early Halloween costume.
Is he now the mascot for whatever Wednesdays?
I mean, he might be. Look at that guy. That is a spectacular look. My man rolled. So yesterday was Heat Media Day, and he rolled up with the goofy hair, the eyebrow rings, the nose rings, the lip rings, wearing all black, wearing baggy jeans, a big black scarf wrapped around him, guy liner on.
What do you think Pat Riley thinks about that? I'm just curious. As an older gentleman,
I'll tell you this: if you've ever hung around emo people.
See, I don't know if I have or not. That's, I mean, what's a fine line? What's next phase out of emo where you're not quite emo, but you're just combed your hair weird? Oh, you? Okay. All right.
I'm not going to lie. I had an emo face. All right.
I don't know that I did.
Because I think being emo came about after you were past the point where that's how you would have chosen to express your angst.
Well, I was in my 30s. Yeah, because you can see how I dress now that, it's yeah. Okay.
Emo, for those of you who are like, what the hell is emo, Rob? Because I know there's a few of you. An emo person is someone who reveled in their sensitivity to emotion, right? Emo is short for emotional. Typically, when you talk about like emo music, it is music that is filled with, it's what we consider like our angsty music, right? Little Jimmy Eat World, Fall Out Boy, My Chemical Romance, very angsty, almost borderline angry, but like
that's angsty?
Sad and anger mixed
all right,
together.
all right, it's sad. I get you throwing the sad part. I don't know that it's angsty.
Sad and angsty mixed together. You are mad about how sad you are. That is emo music. That is emo, right? So Jimmy B rolls out with the emo look, and if he carries that into the season, the Heat are going to win every game behind Jimmy Buckets, averaging 62 points a night. And I'm all in for it, man. I'm all in for it.
Is Tyler Hero still with them? Because I think they could go as emo twins.
Oh, dude, Tyler Hero,
yeah,
the emo guy.
He already has kind of that look. If he just does, I think it will work.
I'm so excited. Last night I went on a tinge of turning emo lyrics into basketball themes, and it was phenomenal. He's going down, down in the wild card round. Jimmy B's going down, swinging. It's gonna be great. Give me emo Jimmy.
It's probably
B.
not true, but still, it could be, I guess.
Haven't you ever heard of playing a bleeping zone? Yeah. Let's take a break. Back after this for hour 3 of the Rob Brown Show with the Fan Upstate.
By the way, you were asking about Fastlane. We will talk about Fastlane Thursday at 9:20.
What do you think? Do it 9:30?
No,
that's the last hour.
9:20. Yeah. That's fine. 9:20.
Thursday 9:20. Fight Club with the great one Lonzo.
Get a little more in depth about Edge going to AEW. Talk about Fastlane. We got some stuff we can talk about. That's a good question, Trey. I don't know, because I still don't entirely understand emo.
Sad and angsty. That's what I'm going with.
Okay, as opposed, but angst is anger though. So can you be sad and angry at the same time? I think you're angry because I don't know.
You're angry at how sad you are.
about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. Other symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain can come and go, but the risk of stroke stays. If you have symptoms, tell a doctor. Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
I wonder if there's an am I emo test out there so I can find out if I'm emo or not.
I 100% guarantee there's an are you
Am I emo quiz?
quiz.
There it is. Okay.
Start quiz. I'm not going to, I'll read the questions to you. I just won't give you my answers. Question one, where did you get yours from?
I haven't clicked on it since you already did. It's like,
No, I'm sending it to you. We're both doing it.
Okay. Which one did you pick? Because I'm still on the page.
WikiHow.
Okay. That
Should
did
be
not.
the first link that comes up.
It's not, but I see that. Okay.
All right.
Okay. All right.
And I'm answering these very honestly. Question number 1 is, on average, you typically feel? Answers are depressed, life is full of pain, sad, my glass is always half empty, average, my mood depends on the day, happy, there's always a way to turn a frown upside down. Take a look inside your closet.
I'm going
What
to
color
play
do
something
you
in
see the
between
most?
here. I'll just let you know.
Do what?
But I have the ID and and something reversed. So did you answer the question?
Mhm.
Okay.
I'm not saying the answer's online. I'm just taking the
What?
quiz.
Why?
How do you like to style your hair? Long straight bangs that cover my eyes, purposefully tousled with a deep side part. I don't know. I brush it and call it styled, or curled straight, or whatever's trending.
Okay. Fine.
I feel like that one's answer for itself. Out of these bands, which is your favorite? My Chemical Romance, Paramore, Fall Out Boy, or Panic at the Disco?
Paramore is obviously the best band out of those 4, without a doubt. If you think differently, you're wrong.
Oh, Panic. Big
Paramore
Panic
definitely better.
I like Paramore. What does your ideal outfit look like? Black skinny jeans, tight band tee, and studded accessories. Nope, tight nothing for Rob Brown. Tight pants, a graphic
Well, some
tee,
things
combat
are
boots.
tight, but not on purpose because, sturdy.
Ripped jeans, an oversized sweatshirt, maybe a beanie, trendy jeans, a bright color top, and stylish sneakers. I don't know.
I was going to say none of the above for me, so I'm definitely not emo. I already knew that.
No,
anyway.
you're not emo.
Yeah.
Good morning.
The biggest smile you'll see from Lonzo all day is when he drops that sounder on me.
Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Show goes now. The 4-hour sports talk entertainment extravaganza.
Is it not a good morning?
It's a wonderful morning.
Good morning.
Don't need that in it, though.
Why?
I just don't.
Just because you don't like kids. That's fine, because we all do. So,
I'm your huckleberry.
That's better. 3rd hour of the show gets underway now. We're taking it all the way till 10 a.m. in the new time slot. Thank you all for getting up early to join us or to go to work, and we just happen to be there, whatever is more accurate for you.
Hey, can we, you and I, can we project a time period when we no longer say new time slot? Can we decide, just me and you?
Well,
other people don't have to follow suit, but just me and you. At what point do we stop saying it?
No, for me, it's like a month.
No,
Like
so let's pick an exact day. I mean, so sometime
Well, we
in
moved here
November.
I would say November 1st.
You know what? Let's take it to Thanksgiving. So after Thanksgiving, because it's the easier thing to remember.
So
after Thanksgiving, we're no longer
the end of college football season. The end of the regular college football season.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm good with that.
All right. Let's do that.
Our all new time slot for the next month and a half is 6A to 10A. We moved into the old slot, what, a year and a month ago?
Something like, let's go with that. Yeah.
And after a year, we were still in our all new time slot from 9 till noon.
Yeah. Well, I just, I'm not being critical of anyone. I just saying you and I.
Oh, I'm for it.
Yeah. You and I will so after Thanksgiving, it's no longer a new time slot.
Or we just make ourselves laugh and we're just in an all new time slot until we're not in this time slot for whatever reason. We're 6 years from now still in our all new time slot from 6 till 10 a.m.
Okay. I hope I'm still here in 6 years. So I mean,
You and me both.
Yeah.
You and me both. For both of us, for the record.
Well, because I'll be 61 in 6 years. It's just even saying that, it's like, when does the true breakdown happen? I hopefully not till like 90, but I don't know.
Zach says, is this a sports show, an entertainment show, or a sports entertainment show? You already know, Zach. You already know. It is an entertainment show that has a bunch of sports in it.
Wait a minute. You can't, if you're doing a sports show, you cannot be entertaining. I've heard some sports shows before.
I've heard some entertainment shows before.
Yeah. And
that parade is sports shows. But here we are.
Can we just yell at each other for a little bit?
Will it make you feel better?
So it can be like everybody else.
Lonzo, you're wrong and your opinions are bad because reasons.
Yeah, well, you dress weird and you have a dog.
I do. It's the best dog. Old Remy Laveau, the best dog. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's do a little segment that we like to call Overreaction, or Make Sense. Lonzo is going to give me 3 or 4 or 10 or however many we can fit in opinions that we have seen across social media over the past week or so. And I am going to tell you whether they are a vast overreaction or whether they make perfect sense. It is time for Overreaction or Make Sense.
I think you're overreacting.
Let's all calm down.
This is a huge deal.
I think you're overreacting a little bit.
I am not overreacting. Remain calm, everyone. This is a big deal.
That's an overreaction.
Everybody calm down. Look how calm I am.
That was an overreaction.
Look, let's all just calm down.
This is not a big deal.
All right, let's go to our first overreaction. Clemson.
I did find a site the other day that is selling Clemson stuff. It is the same font, same color, same logo, but they put the P in it. So you can buy a Clemson shirt or a Clemson beer stein.
So it's phonetically correct.
Sure.
We're going to go for that. All right, so Clemson will not have a winning season this year.
Oh, that is a vast overreaction. That's so much of an overreaction. It's got to get a.
I've heard some people say that.
There's no chance they don't have a winning season.
There's absolutely a chance
that they don't have a winning season.
Yeah, there's a chance that they could lose more games than they win. That's how that,
There is no chance that is true. If that was going to be the case, they'd have had to lose to Syracuse. All right. If they lost to Syracuse, I'd be like, oh yeah, okay, I can understand that.
Mathematically, if they were to lose, I don't know, let's say 4 or 5 more games,
they'd have to lose 4 more.
Okay, all right. So mathematically, Steiner math, MJF math, regular math, Common Core math, whatever math you're using, if they were going to lose 4 games, that would make them losing more games than winning more.
Correct, 5 and 7.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
So. Now, if you want to play the game, here are the 4 that they lose. Miami at Miami, at home against Notre Dame, at home against North Carolina, on the road at South Carolina.
Right.
But they have to lose all 4 of them, and there's a 0% chance they lose all 4 of those games. In my opinion, 0% chance. Now, the question that I would ask is, can they get to 10 wins? I think the overreaction makes sense would be Clemson will get to 10 wins, which means they would not drop another game. And I would also say that is an overreaction.
I think my overreaction is a true overreaction. I'm just going to say
that they end the season with more losses than wins.
Yes, that's
7 and 5.
That's over.
6 and 6 is not more losses.
There's some negative emo people out there. And now that we know what that is exactly, watch the stream, people. All right, the next one.
P Digit says there's no way they get to 10 wins. No way.
Yeah,
no
it's
way.
not. It's not. P Digits and I have actually watched them play.
I think 10 wins is a big ask with Notre Dame and North Carolina still both ahead of them. I think 9 is very realistic. And there's one more loss coming.
If you want to narrow it down to the scariest game they have left, it would be Notre Dame, I think.
For a fact.
Yeah. All All right. Next, overreaction or not. If the Braves don't win it all, it is a disappointing season.
So this is like a really huge deal.
Let me take that back. You said win it all.
Yes.
I'm going to say winning it all. I think anything less than a World Series appearance is a big L.
Nah. We know what second place is.
Second place is the first loser.
Exactly.
I'm all on board with that. I think making it to the World Series is a big deal because you've got this core together for a long time. You've got Ronald Acuna Jr. and Matt Olson and all these guys. These guys are locked in. This team is built for like the next 5 or 6 seasons. So getting there is a step in the progression, right? You won it 2 years ago. To get back is a step in that progression. Now, I will say this. The expectation is to win it. Without a doubt, the expectation is to win it. But to say anything less than a World Series win, hey, only one team can do that. And there's a lot of good teams there. Houston has been here, done this a lot. The Los Angeles Dodgers are a 100-win baseball team. The Philadelphia Phillies won the NL last year with a very, very much the same team, plus some additions like Trey Turner. I would say getting through the National League is the way to go, but then you still got to bump up against a 100-win Baltimore, against a Houston team who's been here and done that and won it last year. I would say making it to the World Series, anything less than winning the NL would be a disappointment. But I think making it to the World Series.
This is like a really huge deal.
All right. I just want to point out that if they go to the World Series and they lose the World Series, look at Rob's face the next day. That's all I'm saying.
I would be disappointed, but wildly optimistic because this same team is back next year. That's huge.
As optimistic as you were at the beginning of this season when you thought it was all over and they weren't going anywhere, or at the beginning.
A live look at Rob Brown back in like June.
Oh, and if you went a year back further, he did the same thing.
A live look at Rob Brown in June of 2022.
Yeah. So, and I was there for both of those. So, yeah, we'll see. All right. The next one is this an overreaction. The college football season will be completed with at least one undefeated team.
So this is like a really huge deal.
I'm going to say it will happen, but there's zero confidence in that. Are you confident
it happens? It happens almost every year, doesn't it?
I agree. It does. But also every year, there is that team that we put our finger on, go, that's the undefeated team. That's the one right there. Who's that team right now?
There are those rare occasions when a team that wasn't supposed to be in, like, let's say the first playoff, who had a loss, came in and won the whole thing.
I agree. I said the regular season. The regular season.
They may actually be on my shirt right now.
And I think there's a possibility. But look, like I said, we just ran through them a few minutes ago. Ohio State has Michigan and Penn State. At least one of those two Big Ten teams has to be out of it. There are only 2 teams that could do it. Actually, that's not true. 2 of them likely have to take an L, right? Ohio State goes undefeated. That means Michigan and Penn State both have an L. Michigan goes undefeated. Ohio State and Penn State both have an L. Penn State goes undefeated. Ohio State and Michigan both have an L. So only one team in the Big Ten can do it, and that's a mighty big ask. One of Texas or Oklahoma is going to drop this weekend. I think the other one has the best chance to go undefeated. Florida State out of the ACC, I think, is the only team with a chance. And to be honest with you, they don't look as separated from the pack as everybody else does. Georgia is not dominant in the Southeastern Conference right now. There's a lot of teams I think could snipe them. And the Pac-12 is going to beat the hell out of itself, just like the SEC fans always claim that conference does. I think it's very reasonable to think that there will be no undefeated teams at the end of the year. I think there will be, but I think it's reasonable to think there will not be.
All right. You sent me one that I don't know if I want to read this or not, but I'm going to because it's just weird. Macaroni and cheese is an underappreciated side dish.
So this is like a really huge deal.
Where is it under? I mean,
let me tell you where.
If anyone sees macaroni and cheese as a side, they're going to get macaroni and cheese.
I don't think that's the case. So this past Saturday, the fiance, who is a spectacular person, and I love her to death, decided to take me out to dinner to celebrate.
You're not going to make up
the
for
promotion.
stepping on that dog toy. Like we didn't see that posted.
Did she post that?
Yes.
Oh no.
And you
I really did.
you blamed it on the train.
No, I slept on a dog toy too. I went to kiss her goodbye. She was back asleep, and
Blame it on
the
the
dog
train.
has an alligator that squeaks real loud, and the dog left it right next to the bed. Squeak. Anyway,
You were at a function.
She takes me out to Saturday night to a very, very nice restaurant, like very nice, like put on a sports jacket, nice restaurant, right? And we get there.
It's owned by a dude that you guys may have heard of.
Correct. You
before.
absolutely have. It's over in the Berg, as a matter of fact. So we go to this restaurant, and she's like, it's on me, whatever you want. So I get myself a nice Delmonico steak. Phenomenal steak.
All right. What's a Delmonico steak?
It's just a certain cut and cook style of a steak.
Okay. Is it a large steak or is it a smaller
16
cake
ounce.
with a whole lot of flour
16
flavor?
ounce steak.
Okay. That's fairly big.
And I got a dry aged Delmonico.
Ooh.
All right. Got it. Phenomenal. And they're like, what would you like for a side? And so I got some cheesy mashed potatoes because there's nothing better with your with a good steak than some starchy potatoes, right? So I get the cheesy mashed potatoes, which were phenomenal. Perfectly moist, but not like soupy, not too dry, not
Did it
clumpy.
have chunks in
They
it?
were great.
Oh, I mean, is it chunky?
They were mashed. They were
Okay.
perfect
all right,
consistency. And she got a steak and potato dish, and she got a side of mac and cheese. And they brought it to the table, and I'm like, oh, this look real good. Then I try her mac and cheese, and I went, I've made a mistake. Should have got the mac and cheese as a side.
Yeah.
And I think it is a mistake that a lot of people make. They go, I got this big heavy meal. The last thing I want to dump is pasta shells and creamy cheese. This was a 4 cheese blended mac and cheese.
Ooh.
I know.
Did the cheese like stretch as you? Oh,
Yep.
that's so good.
Yep. So I think it came down to, I was like, I have always played the game of it's steak and potatoes. That's the cliche phrase, steak and potatoes, right? So I got steak and potatoes, and as soon as she broke out the mac and cheese, I was like, I done screwed up. I should have got the mac and cheese. Mac and cheese is a vastly underappreciated. I'm not saying it is not appreciated. I'm saying as much as you appreciate it, it deserves more appreciation than that.
Well, I can say I have lived in the North. I have lived in the South. Macaroni cheese is a go-to both places. So I haven't met anyone that goes, I don't want.
See, macaroni cheese has always been part of a dish for me. It's never been like, this is the side I'm ordering with a steak. It's always been steak and potatoes or steak and veggies or steak and salad. But from now on, it may very well be. Here's the problem. The mac and cheese got to be good. I've been to some places that make some very half-ass mac and cheese. And if you do it that way, it's kind of pointless.
If the cheese looks orange, it's probably out of a box.
Right.
Probably.
Right.
All right. The Pac-12.
See, you didn't want to read that. That's a damn good discussion.
No. I what about the description of the
using the mac and cheese as an overreaction makes sense. That's a good one.
Oh, okay. All
That's a
right.
good one.
It doesn't make sense to me because I
get it.
I haven't met anybody who says, I don't want the mac and cheese.
Fair enough.
No, I mean, I don't know any of those people. And if you are one of those people, I probably don't want to know you. Okay. All right. The next one, Pac-12 is the best conference in all of college football.
This is like a really huge deal.
That's not even a debate anymore, is it?
It's not a real question.
Is anybody debating that?
Because it doesn't exist. The Pac-12 doesn't exist anymore.
It does exist. It is doomed. It is on its way out.
Who
It is
doesn't?
almost done.
Who
But it does
doesn't
exist.
do well on their farewell tour? I mean, it's over. You're retiring, or what? If you're gonna put some extra in there, and some other people might back off a little bit because they know it's your last hurrah, sort of.
It is your last hoorah. And in the last hoorah, the Pac-12 has the number 7 Huskies, the number 8 Ducks, the number 9 Trojans, the number 13 Cougars, the number 15 Beavers, and the number 18 Utes. Not like Utah Utes, not like kids.
Well, they're still pretty young.
They're pretty young.
Yeah.
And by the way, the Utah Utes at number 18, sitting at 1-1 in the conference, 4-1 overall, still don't have Cam Rising. Still don't have the best player on their football team. If that dude does make it back, which at this point I'm not convinced he's going to, I think there reaches a point in the season where he's just got to shut it down. Like there's no point in playing anymore. Their only L was to DJ Uyunglele and the Oregon State Beavers right now, right? It's the only L they've taken is to DJ. So if he comes back, Utah's going to come up the board. I think everybody else is probably done. Everybody else has got 2 losses or more, with the exception of UCLA, who got busted up in theirs. But to have, 6 ranked teams out of the gate? Yeah, the Pac-12 is hands down the best conference in America. It's not particularly close. You can look at the SEC. They've got, 4 or 5? They've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ranked teams, but those include number 20, 21, 22, and 23. All behind where the Pac-12's everybody else's are right now. So I think the Pac-12 is easily and without question nor debate
So this is like a really huge deal.
the best conference in college football right now.
And only uber college fans actually watch it because you have to stay up so late.
I don't think it's uber college fans. I think it's people who like college football.
It's Ubers because I'd like to see you stay up and watch a West Coast game right now.
On Saturday nights, I will. Because the alarm doesn't go off at 3:45 in the morning on a Sunday. All right?
It might if you accidentally forget to take the thing.
She'll kill
out.
me. She'll kill me. She'll murder me if that happens. Be justifiable homicide as well. All right, that's Overreactor makes sense. Which ones did I get right? Which ones did I get wrong? And how do you feel about a good macaroni and cheese? 71307 is the MadWorldAttractions.com phone line. MadWorldAttractions.com. 71307. Start that text with fan. You know what? Texter just made a great point. I forgot to do it yesterday. You know what we forgot to do?
That is not real.
Awards. We didn't hand out our TMFINR awards. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow.
It's so many letters. It's too many letters for this early in the morning, I think.
Tell you what, we'll do that tomorrow. Texas said if the ACC is to shed their cupcake label, they will have to all beat Clemson. Can't have it both ways. By the end of the year, all the ACC teams, and I'll read the rest of that text when we come back. Texas said, I just fell asleep on the water cooler. I don't know what to tell you. And then Joey hit us with an invitation to a crawfish boil. He said even Lonzo's invited. Yeehaw. You like crawfish?
I think I've had some in like jambalaya before.
Oof. Love crawfish.
Yeah. We don't have to like peel them before we eat them, do we?
Yeah.
So
how else you think you get to
you
them?
pull out the I've had them cooked.
Twist
I
them
haven't
off, suck the head, pinch the tail, throw it down.
Like
it's delicious.
I'm not even going to pull that.
That's what you do.
No, I'm not even going to pull that because
I'm not ashamed to say that. I will say it all day. Suck the head, pinch the tail. That's how you eat a crawfish, y'all. That's the best. It's the only way to eat crawfish. We're back after this on the Rob Brown Show. Maybe if Lonzo decides to come back, it is the Fan Upstate. Zach said, how do you cook your steak? Medium rare, lean to the rare. Like rare, medium rare. How do you cook your steak?
We've had these discussions before. I don't medium well, but I can have them medium rare. I don't go, oh my God, that's blood. Send it back. Because you've explained to me it's not blood. It's hemoglobin.
Hemoglobin.
Yeah. Keegan, I can't. There's a line that was below it.
I didn't know there was a line.
Yeah, neither did I till just now.
Fair enough. All right, guys, be right back. All right, we're back. Yeah, I might have to change that music. I had to pick something royalty free, and that's what I came up with.
At Granger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day, and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial grade supplies for every industry, with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help. So you can get the right answer and products right when you need them. Call clickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which
Medium is the furthest down the spectrum I can go. It's gotta have some red in the red meat, man. Love me some hemoglobin.
They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief Hotline now. Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171.
Hi, this is Mark Ryan. Join me this Wednesday from 3 till 7 as we broadcast live from Ingles Markets at 429 East Main Street in Liberty, South Carolina. We'll also be giving away a $25 Ingles gift card. See you there.
Mad World Haunted Attraction is now open. Voted South Carolina's #1 haunted house and one of America's top stream parks. Explore your way through the elaborate haunted house trail with new rooms.
Yes, Jimmy Heat World, the middle, which is where the Heat might finish in the standings this year. The number of jokes that are going to come of this Jimmy B emo is spectacular.
Exit 35. Buy your tickets now at madworldattractions.com. That's madworldattractions.com.
What's up, everybody? I'm Danny Parkins, based out of Chicago. This is my buddy Andrew Filipponi. He's based out of Pittsburgh. You really got to check out our podcast, First and Pod.
Twice a week, we're going to break down the NFL after Thursday Night Football and Sunday Night Football. It's every team, it's every game, it's all 32 teams. We give you a complete picture, and we get into it. We don't kiss each other's fannies on this show.
Kiss each other's fannies.
Wake up every Monday and Friday morning throughout the football season in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Today, very warm with plenty of sunshine. High of 84.
Weather brought to you by AutoZone. Free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Mark Ryan, Joseph Martinez.
Coming up on a Super Tuesday episode of Offsides with Mark Ryan and Diesel. Don Munson, the voice of Clemson, joins the show. How does Clemson take Saturday's performance and carry it on to the rest of the season? Jake Crane also joins us on college football contenders. Plus, Diesel and I will have our North and South Carolina.
Crud.
#1 for real afternoon sports talk.
Offsides with Mark Ryan.
3 to 7 on the Fan.
Someone forgot to record that hour. What a loser.
The Rob Brown Show continues. It is the Fan Upstate. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Rob Brown, the alpha and the omega of the Fan Upstate, the great Malonzo on the other side of the metaphorical glass. He is in charge of everything that happens on the radio, anywhere, ever. He's just that good. You want to be a part of the program? The phone line's open, 844-326-3663. Jump on in, talk some football with us. You can text us on the madworldattractions.com phone text line at 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-M. We'll read them on the air. Texture says, you guys do know that was a total joke by Jimmy Butler, right? Yeah, I think we know. I think I've come to the conclusions, though, that I'm trying to put enough energy into the universe that Jimmy B resonates with it and decides to stick with it. I think that's what I want to happen. I want NBA opening tip day to have emo Jimmy Butler involved. Just one day, just one game where he checks in with a lip ring and eye rings.
Yeah, but will he start a trend where other people are trying to one-up him? And although Dennis Rodman did it back in the day, and then no one tried to copy him. So.
By week 3, the NFL's the NBA is just playing in wholesale Halloween costumes. Count Chocula kicks it out to. I ran out of jokes.
Booberry. You were going for Booberry. Yeah.
Hey, let's what do you say we do some NFL power rankings here, shall we? Now, we could run through all 32 teams, and that would be okay. A lot of mundane in the middle. I don't necessarily feel the need to get into a big debate over who's ranked number 17 versus 15.
Yeah, let's go with 32, number 32, Carolina Panthers. There we go. Then we can move up.
You're going to rate the Panthers below the Bears? I mean, I guess the Bears did put up 28, something the Panthers have not done yet.
Have the Panthers put up 14 yet? I mean, offensively, I don't.
Quick quiz. How many offensive touchdowns have the Panthers scored so far?
I'm going to go with 1, maybe 2.
I think it's 1, honestly, isn't it? I think it's 1 at this point. They have 6 total, 1 rushing, 4 passing. So they have 5 total. Not great, Bob. Not great. 32 in my NFL power rankings. We're going to do the bottom 5, and then we'll do like the top, 5, 6, 7. Depends on how I feel and how much time we have left on the clock. I think it's got to be the Bears, right? I think it's got to be the Bears. The Bears lost 31-28. They are 0-4, and they gave up a big lead. I mean, I could see you arguing to move the Panthers to 32 because the difference is the Panthers gave up a 10-point lead. The Bears gave up a 3-touchdown lead. Bad week for the Zurich.
Hey, I made it
2 hours and 31 minutes.
2.5 hours this time. Yeah, so I'm pacing myself. You've only did it once, if I recall.
Yeah, I think I got one late yesterday.
Fine, whatever. That's a big, but you let Denver come back on you. That's pretty bad.
Who, by the way, I have it number 30. See, at least with the Cats, it was the Vikings who, when I wrote out my full 32 yesterday, I had it number 23. You know, because there's still some positives. There's still Justin Jefferson, still Kirk Cousins, who's got real good numbers, despite being 1-3 now.
Yeah, and only 2 of those 3 teams actually have a number 1 draft pick.
Correct.
Correct. And the one would be Carolina.
The Bears have the top 2 draft picks as of today. I got Chicago at number 32, mainly because they gave up a 3 TD lead to number 30. The Panthers gave up a 10-point lead to number 23. So it could be worse. Could be a lot better. But as of right now, they're there. That being said, power rankings are not good for 2024. They're good for 4 weeks into 2023. I got the Bears at 32. I do have the Carolina Panthers at number 31. Right now, they are 0-4. I think Bryce Young has shown a lot of positivity. I think he's shown a lot of negativity. I think he's shown growth. And I'm going to take growth right now. Growth is more important than win totals. I know nobody agrees with me on that. I'm still standing there. Growth is more important than wins. I would rather show a lot of growth for Two Sweat and end up at the end of the year as a 4-13 team.
How's that not a short joke? A lot of growth. How's that not a short joke?
All right, that's fair. I fell into that one. At number 30, I do have the Denver Broncos. They are 1-3. They are ahead of Carolina only because they got that one. Even if it took a rally against the worst team in the NFL to do it, at least they showed something. And I don't think it's entirely on Russell Wilson either. That defense was supposed to be special. It's not. That offense under Russell Wilson was supposed to look better. I think a lot of it comes down to Sean Payton. I think Sean Payton right now is in an argument for the biggest bust acquisition in the NFL. Honestly. Number 29, I got the Jets. After what they did what they did this past weekend, I think the Jets are in a good spot because Zach Wilson looked a lot better. Big step forward against the Chiefs. The Jets should beat the Broncos this weekend. Should. Not saying they will, but should. Number 28, I'll take the Las Vegas Raiders. Raiders did not have Jimmy Garoppolo this weekend. They had to go with Aiden O'Connell as their starter. O'Connell fell 24-17. They are 1-3. It's going to be a very long season in Vegas. You know what the difference is between Vegas and Carolina? What's your optimism there? What's your optimism if you're the Raiders right now? You don't have a great draft pick. You're locked in with Jimmy Garoppolo. Like, what's your optimism? Devontae Adams? Good luck.
You play in Vegas.
I mean, great. Once you get your butts kicked again, at least you can go catch a good show afterwards. May I suggest the Phantom of the Opera at the Venetian? They do a wonderful job. Because outside of that, I'm more excited about the future Las Vegas Athletics baseball team than I am the Vegas Raiders right now. Let's jump up into the top 10. Your top 10 teams, according to me and only me. I'm going to start, great one, with I think what might be the most surprising team of the season so far. At 3-1 and in sole place of their division, Tampa Baker Mayfield, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Right now, they're going to win the NFC South.
Did he jump?
No.
That was worth a shot.
He did simultaneously roll his eyes and laugh, though. He managed to pull off both at the same time.
All right. So
that's impressive.
Yeah, you know.
It only took a second and a half for me to figure out exactly what was going on.
Yep.
Because at first, when Lonzo leaned over, I thought he was going to tell me something important from an engineering perspective, but no, he was trying to jump scare me.
There's nothing important.
What do you mean making a pass? I mean, come on, dude. Come on.
Look at that beard. He's very handsome.
He is downright sexy.
Great shirt,
but,
too, by the way. Wonderful shirt. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I'm checking in at number 10. They are 3-1. They are in sole position to win the NFC South. And frankly, at this point, based on out of what I've seen out of Atlanta, New Orleans, and Carolina, Tampa Bay is going to win this division.
They might run away with it.
Legit, they might want to. Now, it still might be a 9-win season, but they still might run away with the 9-win season.
I was going to say that could be running away, though.
I got to put I got to put Seattle at number 8. It was a good win, 24-3 over the Giants last night.
It's kind of a boring game.
It was a very boring game.
Yeah.
Well, that's not true. It was a good defensive game.
Yeah.
If you're into that sort of thing. I know I might be the only one that is, but I thought it was a good defensive game.
By defensive game, you mean big hits, interceptions, things like that. Yeah, but if you're just shutting down Danny
Dimes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is that?
I'll take it.
Okay. So will they.
I'm putting Seattle at number 8, at number 9. At number 8, I'm putting the Detroit Lions. They beat the Packers 34-20. They are 3-1. They dominated. The Lions right now are the class of the NFC North. It ain't the Vikings. It certainly is not the Packers, despite the fact that the Packers beat the Saints because, gross. But I think the Lions are the best team in that division right now. Just ahead of them, I'm going with the Baltimore Ravens. The Ravens have a real bad loss on the record. Real bad loss. But they smoked New England 38-3. They have moved to 3-1. Their only loss is the Cardinals. And by the way, Lonzo, are the Arizona Cardinals not the surprise of the NFL right now?
Josh Dobbs.
Josh freaking Dobbs. My man didn't even have his jersey in the team store in week 1.
He does now.
He does now.
Followed, yeah.
Because the Cardinals were like, we got to get that fixed. The Cardinals are 1-3 right now, but they kept it close with the 49ers for longer than anybody expected, except me, who picked them to cover 14, and they freaking should have. They had 2 touchdowns that they dropped in the final drive of the game that would have covered my spread. Unbelievable. Zach Ertz dropped one. That guy's been Mr. Reliable. Anyway, I got the Baltimore Ravens locked in at number 7. At number 6, I got to go with the Dallas Cowboys here. They beat the Patriots 38-3. That defense is exceptionally good. I still don't understand how that team lost to the Arizona Cardinals. In a blowout, by the way. They turned around the next week. That defense got right. I'm going to tell you right now, Sunday Night Football, Lonzo, Dallas v. San Francisco. On one hand, you got Christian McCaffrey, who we're going to talk about in the next segment, because I think he can do something this year that nobody's done in a minute. You got McCaffrey scoring 4 TDs on one side here, right? You got the Dallas Cowboys defense on the other. That's game of the week. Dallas v. San Francisco. I never like giving Dallas credit for anything, but that is game of the week. Cowboys at number 6. At number 5, I got to go with the Miami Dolphins. Miami Dolphins number 1, but number 5.
Overrated.
Lost to the Bills 48-20 to fall to 3-1. The question mark you have to ask, or you have to answer here, I guess, is it because the Bills are good or because the Dolphins maybe just beat a really bad team by 50? And I think the answer is the Bills are good. They had a real slow start, but a lot of teams have slow starts. The Bills are good. So I got to put Miami at number 5. I can't drop them down any further.
How good are the Bills? We're out in the first round, or we're out in the wild card round. How good are they?
The Bills lost to the Jets in week 1. Now, that's week 1. As we say on the show all the time, weird boat happens in week 1. That's what football is. Teams are getting the kinks out. Even with the preseason, you don't have a full tilt go of it in week 1. They lost to the Jets in week 1. Very emotional game, by the way, because you had the Aaron Rodgers hype. The Aaron Rodgers hype died in 75 seconds before the Jets had to put it all together and rally around their boy, Zach Wilson. But since then, the Bills have not lost. They got punched in the mouth, and they answered in a phenomenal way. I got the Bills checked in at number 2. I got to put them one spot ahead of number 3, the Kansas City Chiefs. You beat the Jets 23-20. You are 3-1. You lost to the Detroit Lions. Of the 2 losses, that's the better loss as of right now. But as Lonzo pointed out ever so astutely yesterday, the Kansas City Chiefs have this unnerving ability of like barely winning games that they're 10-point favorites in, right?
It is disrespect, James, but still, it's the truth. That's just how they win.
Can the truth be disrespectful?
To somebody.
Okay. To TK. I wonder if Tay-Tay thinks it's disrespectful. The most important member of the Kansas City Chiefs, Taylor Swift, part of Chiefs Kingdom now. They beat the Jaguars 17-9.
I'm not offended by that. I don't care.
Shouldn't be.
As long as our conspiracy theory is not correct and she's not causing problems with Patrick Mahomes.
Sowing unrest amongst Chiefs Kingdom. The only big win that the Chiefs have right now is 41-10 over the Bears, but that's effectively worthless at this point. I got the Chiefs at number 4. I got the Bills at number 3. I got to put the Bills at number 3 after the demo job they did on the Dolphins this week. They put up 37 on the Commanders, a Commanders team that, by the way, has been really, really impressive this year. They are currently sitting at 2-2. They lost a 3-point overtime game to the Eagles. They lost to the Bills as well. They do have wins over the impressive Cardinals and, of course, the lowly Broncos. That was a really good win in their last spot. So I've got to go with Kansas City 4, Buffalo 3. Number 2, I'm going to go with the Eagles here. And I got to tell you, I'm very tempted to drop the Eagles down a little bit, but I don't think I can. I don't think I can because there are only 2 undefeated teams in the NFL, and they are one of them. So despite a much closer win over the Commanders than I would have liked, they beat the Buccaneers 25-11, the same Buccaneers that turned around and walloped the Saints. They beat the Vikings. They beat New England. The Eagles are one of 2 undefeated teams. The only reason they're not number 1 is because the 49ers are. Christian McCaffrey scored not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 touchdowns in their 35-16 win again over the impressive Cardinals. They smoked the Giants. They beat the Rams, who are also better than advertised by a full 7, and they walloped the Pittsburgh Steelers back in week 1. Now, granted, the Steelers are not good this year.
How many times are you happy when a player who's the best player on your team goes somewhere else? How many times are you really happy for that guy? Because how can you not be happy for Christian McCaffrey?
Very happy. Dude deserves this. And my question is, and we'll answer this in the next segment, the NFL MVP award has basically become at this point a quarterback award, right? Like it goes to quarterbacks at this point. It's hard to argue. Mahomes Rodgers, Jackson, Mahomes, Brady, Ryan, Newton, Rodgers, Manning, Peterson. Adrian Peterson in 2012 was the last time a non-quarterback won it. Before that, Rodgers, Brady, Manning, LaDainian Tomlinson in 06. Now, it was back-to-back non-quarterbacks because the year before that was Sean Alexander for the Seahawks. But at this point, it's a quarterback award. Is this the year that the NFL MVP award goes to a running back over a quarterback? Because I got to think if the answer is yes, it's Christian McCaffrey.
By the way, it's not. It's going to Travis Kelce because he was able to single-handedly cause sales of jerseys to go up and bring more eyes to the NFL than anyone has ever done in recent memory. So Travis Kelce, MVP because of that.
Yeah. I'm not mad about that. Not mad about that at all. I think CMC
from a marketing standpoint, Travis Kelce's your guy.
I think he gets the MVPR award, most valuable public relations. NFL's making more money off the Swifties because of Travis Kelce than they made over any other football player, maybe ever. Ridiculous numbers.
All right, so Zach says that has nothing to do with what's going on the field, but it does because more people are watching, which means better ratings, and sales are up.
None of that's on the field. That's all off the field.
It's all related.
The Chiefs are not better because of
it's
Travis
all related.
Kelce. The Chiefs are better because of Travis Kelce.
Wait. The Chiefs are better because of Travis Kelce. Because if you take Travis Kelce away, okay, all right, you could say that. But would it shock you? MVP rolls around, Travis Kelce wins.
I cannot see it going to a tight end.
Unless
he ends up.
I will laugh my butt off if that happens.
So would I. And by the way, it may be, but I can't have him catching 25 yards and no touchdowns against the Jets and win the MVP.
Excuse me, the Jets defense really, really good. Touted as one of the better defenses coming into this season.
Christian McCaffrey should be your MVP as of week 4. It is only week 4. There's a lot of football left.
He's so good. But you know what? He's been that good. When he's healthy, he's been that good no matter where he's been.
Yeah, but I mean, what he's doing this year is special, man.
He's being utilized. He's not the focal point. Even without being the focal point, he still scored 4 touchdowns, but still.
All right, 844-326-3663 is the number to get on the air, 844-326-3663. You can text us on the madworldattractions.com text line 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-M. We'll read them on the air, FAN, F-A-N. Join us on the stream at facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate, on Twitch, The Rob Brown Show, on YouTube, The Fan Upstate. Take a break. We'll come back, finish up this hour, and jump into hour number 4 of The Rob Brown Show and The Fan Upstate.
Starting, a higher seeded team has the benefit of hosting.
AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users for scratch-made Asian cuisine. Visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Mad World Haunted Attraction is now open. In South Carolina's #1 haunted house and one of America's top screen parks. Explore your way through the elaborate haunted house trail with new rooms, scares, and top-notch actors. You'll experience Zombie Outbreak, Pinehurst Asylum, Chainsaw Massacre House, Pirates Revenge, The Carnival of Clowns, Werewolves, and much, much more. Play our 18-hole Ghost Town mini golf, axe throwing, and carnival games. Enjoy our food, bonfire, roaming characters, and fun.
Gonna have to stay up late tonight to make sure I watch Ahsoka.
Yeah.
So can I watch Ahsoka at 9 and still be able to go to sleep afterwards?
Loki comes out this weekend too, doesn't it?
Thursday.
Yeah.
Also at 9 o'clock. I don't know why they're doing that. 6 o'clock Pacific.
I was gonna say let you do it after work's over on the Pacific Coast. In America's biggest television market.
Or just, let it come out on that date and not have a specific time so people can watch it when they want. That was kind of the whole point of one of the points of streaming.
Your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. With all the parts you need at the prices you want, it's easy to bring home the win. Keep your rider.
Well, by the time you watch the end of that, then Ahsoka will be out. Good luck avoiding spoilers.
Right.
I mean, that'd be done, is what I mean.
Right, time to grab it. Do I have time to grab a Coke? Do I need to wait?
You have 1 minute.
Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to know?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 15 minutes a day.
15 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun. So you don't realize you're learning a language, but you are. In 3 weeks.
CJ Stroud is only the 6th player in NFL history to average 300 passing yards and 0 INTs through the first 4 games in the season. Think, Panthers, you could have had that. They were either going to be right or they were going to be wrong, but did you know they'd be this wrong?
I still don't think they're this wrong.
They're
I think you're making a snap
wrong.
judgment very early.
I'm making a fan judgment.
I agree.
Yeah. And I could also look at the stats of what I just read you, and it just.
The Rob Brown Show wraps up hour number 3 right now. Worry not, friends. We got a full 60 left to go on the other side. Taking it all the way till 10 a.m. every single morning in our new, for another month and a half time slot of 6 till 10 a.m. on the Rob Brown Show with Lonzo. The great one, responsible for everything on the radio that you like.
You know what? All kidding aside, because
that's all we do.
I'm glad that he pronounced my name correctly, but he's had to say my name before because I've been here a while.
Been real irritating if it was with Alonzo.
No, that I know would have been done on purpose, and I don't put it past someone. But when that thing pops up on your radio and your name goes across the screen, that still is one of the coolest things in the world.
It is, man. It is. Listen, we don't take this lightly. We don't take this for granted.
By the way, Luke, we've decided we're only new for a month and a half.
Yeah.
We're still going to be here. We just won't be new anymore.
Fair enough. All right. So I asked a question on the last side. My question mark is, can Christian McCaffrey win the NFL's MVP award this year? And if so, will Carolina Panther fans be like, hey, we're so proud of you, congratulations? Or is it going to be like an agitated, why did we get rid of this guy? Why did we trade this guy? Why did we move on from this guy? Right?
Hey, Christian McCaffrey, never a problem when he was there.
Not a bit.
Big in the community. Commercials were awesome. I mean, there's just so many things. And he was the face of that franchise for a while they were trying to find a quarterback. I don't think you can wish ill of him. I think him going away, a lot of people were like, man, if you're going somewhere, that's the place for him to go.
Yeah.
Because they're going to get the most out of him. And they are.
Yeah. Listen, we knew going in that Shanahan is the type of cat that knows how to build an offense around the talent that he has. I sincerely don't know that there are a lot of coaches that would have taken Brock Purdy and turned him into the quarterback he's turned into as a last round draft pick, right? That's tough to do. We're watching guys straight now. Granted, Brock Purdy was not drafted into a situation that high round draft picks usually are, right? Usually a high round draft pick is brought into a situation where things aren't great. Charlotte, right? But you bring in Brock Purdy, you put him into a San Francisco team that's already built, that already had a quarterback, franchise or not, and then you put him up with a guy who is an excellent game planner, right? Like Frank Reich's whole thing is he's a quarterback whisperer, and that's fine because you need that for the development of a rookie like Bryce Young. Kyle Shanahan's thing is much like McDaniels. He's just an offensive mad scientist who knows how to take what he does have on the field and make it work perfectly. And I think Brock Purdy has benefited from that. But he did the same with Christian McCaffrey. I think he did the same with Run CMC, and that dude is now in a position where he very much, I think, as of today, is the front runner for NFL MVP. Back after this with the final hour of the Rob Brown Show. Rob Alonso and you, it is the Fan Upstate.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, Joey. If they do win it all and Christian McCaffrey's holding up the trophy, I'm good with that. Werewolves. Gables in the first break.
Gables in the first break.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing.
Was Raw any good last night? Did you watch?
Fix their IRS problem. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+.
I watched a little bit this morning. We just got email.
Oh. Judging by that reaction, should I wait till the end of the show to read it?
No. We're not in trouble.
Oh,
it's
okay.
the thing that I told you.
Oh, got it. Yeah.
This time of year, you never want to go.
So I think that was expected today.
Yeah.
Home surge protectors, EV chargers, surge protectors for EVs, HVAC, pools and spas, plus 24-hour emergency service, and in most cases, same-day service. The next time you need an electrician, go to MrSparkyoftheUpstate.com.
No, we're not in trouble. There's gonna be some tweaking and some things that need to be added.
Yeah.
Along the way, because this was a sudden change. Most of these changes are prepared months ahead of time. We are a partially filled canvas. There are parts of the picture that still need to be painted in.
Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infection.
Oh,
20 strains of
I'll be in trouble before the day's out probably, but you know.
Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call.
That works perfect on this show, JD.
This is Cole Bryson. Are you ready for the ultimate adrenaline-packed high school football experience? Tune into the Fan Upstate every Saturday morning from 8 to 10 for the Saturday Morning Scramble. You'll get the latest scores, insight, and exclusive interviews with star athletes and coaches. Plus, I'll be broadcasting live from your local Ingles Market all season. The Saturday Morning Scramble on the Fan Upstate, 97.7 FM Greenville, 97.1 FM Spartanburg, and on your phone on the Odyssey app. Powered by Founders Federal Credit Union. Our lineup of playmakers.
The TA Show, mornings at 6.
Rob Brown Show at 9.
The Jungle with Jim Rome, weekdays at noon.
And Offsides with Mark Ryan at 3. Real sports talk for real sports fans.
Upstate. Upstate. WORD Spartanburg.
WFBC HD3 Greenville, the official sports voice of the Upstate fan. CBS Sports Radio. Always live from the Philadelphia.
The Moon Slayer?
Moonslayer could be on there. You never know. I'll tell you about it later.
I hope you do. That sounds awesome.
It was news to us, that's for sure. It was.
And away we go. Hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Show. Nope, scratch that.
Yeah.
Hour number 4 of the Rob Brown Show goes now.
Yeah.
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 Old habits die hard here on the radio broadcast, but alas, we endeavor on.
Way to go, trooper.
That's what we do, man. That's what we do. I am Rob Brown. The great Malonzo is in charge of every good thing that comes out of your speakers, any station, any day, anytime.
Good morning.
Except that. Except that. So how's everybody? How's our day? How's our Tuesday as we roll on towards the midweek? We got a lot of stuff to continue to get onto. I am going to revert back to hour number 1.
Nope.
Yup.
Nope.
Yup.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
South Carolina fans, I asked you a question back in hour number 1. We got some very interesting answers. I got some very interesting answers earlier. And I would like to get back to that very briefly. I asked you the question, are you good with the state of the program right now? Are you good with where you are as a football program right now?
What program?
The Gamecocks of South Carolina.
Okay, because you weren't specific.
I thought I said that.
No, I don't believe you did.
Well, I'm an idiot. Who knows? So Gamecock fans, are you good with the current state of the program? And I said to you, use whatever metric you would like. Base it on whatever you want to base it on. Base it on a table that includes everything: recruiting, culture, results, talent, whatever you like. And weight those metrics whatever way you would like. Right? Weight those metrics however you like. For instance, if you think that culture is the most important aspect of your football program, you're probably real good with what you got going on right now. I have watched in every home game so far this year. I have watched beat writers and reporters from other schools go on the social media the next day and go, it has been a long time, or I have never been in a football atmosphere like that. I had conversations with folks over at Furman. They were very impressed with what South Carolina had that night. I have watched people from Mississippi State. I was very impressed by what that atmosphere, what that environment was last year. I dated back to last year. Last year's Tennessee game was the first game in a very long time that I went, should have been there. Should have been there. Should have dropped everything I was doing and gone there, right? I didn't. I don't remember what I had. I had something going on that Saturday night because I work all the time.
It's probably one of your 37 jobs.
Probably one of them. But I had something going on, and I was like, nah, you know what? I'll watch it on TV. I got a lot going on. I'm busy. I'll watch it on TV. And watching that environment was the last time that I was like, damn, I should have gone. I should have taken the night off, and I should have been over there to cover this game because that's an electric atmosphere. So if that's your heaviest metric is culture, you're probably real good with where the team is right this second, for sure. If your heaviest metric is results, I don't know, maybe not so much, right? I mean, Tennessee pretty much did whatever they wanted to do from start to finish. It was a good game early, but Tennessee eventually just wore you down. Real happy with the results of the first half of the game against Georgia, maybe not so much the second half of the game against Georgia. Mississippi State built up a real nice lead. Watch State kind of chip away and hang in there maybe longer than you would have liked. Maybe you base it on recruiting. Recruiting on paper looks good. The roster on the field leaves a little bit to be desired. Maybe base it on usage of that talent. I've asked the question a couple of times this week, and I'll ask the question a couple more times. Where's Nick Harbor right now? Where is Nick Harbor, especially with Juice Wells down for the time being? And I'm finding it very difficult to get updates, but based on where you're standing right now, where's Nick Harbor? You got Spence Rattler out there doing his thing. Where's the offensive line? How is the offensive line, even after, if you include the fact that BMO's working with the last of the Muschamp recruits right now, that offensive line needs to be better. There's no reason that they are where they are right now. So if you're basing it on the roster, the active roster that is on the field any given Saturday during this college football season, you probably aren't super thrilled with it right now. So use whatever metric that you would like to use. Are you good with the state of the program? And then I took that question one step further. Maybe a better question proposed by a listener later in that hour. If I ask you to name the one thing that has you most excited about moving forward, what would it be? Now, I don't think I'm going out on any particular thin branch to say South Carolina might be one of the most difficult places to win in America. I honestly believe that, right? You got Clemson, that's what, an hour and 45 minutes away, 2 hours away. South Carolina's a hotbed, sure, but you're bordered by Georgia. You're bordered by Tennessee. You're bordered by the Carolinas. Alabama's got fingertips here. Florida's got fingertips here. Florida State has fingertips here. And the reality is, areas like this one are really only easy to win if they're already easy to win. You guys know there are two things in life that I believe you can compare everything to. That's not true. There are three things in life I think you can compare everything to. Number one, romantic relationships. Number two, financial. Number three, professional wrestling. Those are the three things that I can make a comparison to everything in life. So, I'm gonna give a run at all three right now, Alonzo. I'm gonna compare South Carolina's football status to all three of those metrics, at least in terms of how you build a program and what I think to be very difficult. Number one, let's start with the romantic relationships. This may stun all of you, but for a very long time, Rob Brown was a single young feller.
But why?
Well, something interesting happened in the life of Rob Brown a long time ago. See, Rob Brown coming out of college was young and dumb, and in the looks department, like a solid 6.5 in my prime, like a solid 6.5. I never stood out at a bar. I was fit.
When's your prime? What do you
Like
consider your
25,
prime?
26.
No, okay, all right.
My absolute prime.
I think it's different for each person as far as prime
Sure.
goes.
Mine was in my mid-20s. All right. I was thin. I was in shape, but like, I still look like this. Right. Like a solid 6.5.
And you didn't have a beard.
No, I did, and then I got on TV, and then I lost the beard, and then it went from like a 6.5 to like a 1.5.
Okay.
It was real bad.
All right.
It was real bad. But like, I used to have a jawline. I used to have pecs, not moobs. I used to have abs, not a keg. I used to be in good shape, but again, you can only do so much with this. So it was like a solid 6.5. And it was tough for Rob Brown in the old dating world. Because I was not, this may shock you as well, I was not Mr. Social. I know. I wasn't always this way. I had to work my way to this.
I feel like I'm being led a certain way because
I used to be very awkward.
No, come on.
Very awkward.
Come on.
Okay?
Come on.
Very awkward.
Used to be?
Used to be very awkward.
Okay.
Definitely not anymore.
All right.
Now I'm just, oh man, social butterfly. Rico Suave is who I am now.
Wow.
I know. And so it was very difficult to go out and meet the ladies back in the day because I didn't stand out from the crowd. I like you weren't no woman was picking me out of a lineup and being like that one. And approaching women it's still not my strong suit, by the way. You can hand me a mic in front of
Shouldn't be now.
Oh, I'm not doing it anymore.
Yeah, okay, all right.
But before I met the fiance, like right when I moved here, you can hand me a mic in front of the entire filled up Bon Secours Wellness Arena, and I will fire them up for a hockey game, no problem. You hand me a mic in front of the entire filled up floor field, and I'll fire up a baseball crowd, no problem. But you asked me to go talk to the pretty girl at the end of the bar, didn't work. Didn't work. All right, this is very awkward. Tough in the dating world. Then something happened. Then one day, got into a band. Started playing music. Band kind of got a little popular. Started playing music across the region, the entire Florida Panhandle, from Jacksonville to Mobile, Alabama. My band, any given Friday and Saturday night, was playing, packed bars.
So then you got to experience the Rick Ocasek effect.
I don't know who that is.
Lead singer for the Cars.
Yes.
Dating supermodels.
Yes.
Have you seen the lead singer for the Cars?
No. I'm assuming he's the Rob Brown of the music industry.
Oh, no. You look up Rick Ocasek back in the day, you'd be like, man, I look good.
Let's see. Rick Ocasek. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Just Google image that. So Rob Brown started playing bars. And all of a sudden, when I rolled up into a bar where the band had played and the band was kind of relatively well known, right? It's a little easier to talk to the ladies.
What's the name of that band?
Shenanigans, the world's most persistent 80s and 90s cover band. It was a little easier to talk to ladies because I was already established. You already know who it was. They saw the charisma, just the machismo. Hey, yo. On the stage.
You do. I've only seen it in video, but stage presence seems to be
through the roof.
Yeah, it is.
Through the roof. The machismo, the suave, the charisma on stage was unbridled.
I'm not saying you're front man, but you do all the talking. So that kind of
Yeah. I am just a sex icon on the stage. Not so much off of it. All right. And so that was already established. So once it was already established and people knew who the band was and who I was in the band, very easy at that point because people wanted to talk to me. I feel like in the stage that is college football recruiting in this area, this is the dumbest analogy I've ever done, but stick with me. It's going to pay off. Recruiting is what? It's putting on a show for the recruits. It's putting on a show that makes them want to be with you.
Not just the recruits, but their family.
Their families, their friends, their coaches. You got to make all this circle of people around one kid want to be with you. And so the best way to do that is to what? Already have a stage presence. Lonzo and I both started bands. You know how stupid persistent you have to be to book gigs? It's unbelievable the amount of work you have to put in to book one gig. And then if your gig anything but kicks ass, you will never get another one.
It's also a problem when nobody else wants to help.
Right.
Yeah.
So approaching
I'm new here. You guys live here. Help me. Anyway.
In the state of South Carolina, there are a number of frontmen who are already here. Alabama has frontman charisma. Georgia is currently the biggest act on earth. Clemson, aged frontman, right? Maybe not touring full arenas at this point, but, they're still showing up to small amphitheaters and drawing a decent crowd, They're like Rick Springfield. Real big back in the day. I'll still go see him, but I'm not paying $1 million to do it.
I hope my sister isn't listening because she'll drive down here and
Big
go
Springfield
after,
gal.
She goes wherever he goes and
Respect
stuff.
that.
She stabbed me in the head with a pencil one time because I said he sucked.
What the hell was wrong with your home life, Lonzo?
I don't know. Look at me now. Yeah, I'm completely sane.
You couldn't escape the desk-throwing teachers even by going home because you had to be nice about Rick Springfield.
Yeah, apparently.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you got all these artists in the area who are
True
real big.
story, by the way. Both of those things.
And I feel like South Carolina right now is a very popular cover band, right? Like a popular cover band. Like if they're playing near my house, they're playing at the local bar down the street. Yeah, I'll get up and go. Sure. Am I driving to Spartanburg to see them? Probably not. Am I driving to Columbia to see them? No. You know who they are? They're Cowboy Mouth. I'm a big Cowboy Mouth guy. If you don't know Cowboy Mouth, they also Jenny Says, turn off the radio. It's Cowboy Mouth. Love Cowboy Mouth. Never a mainstream artist. Like they had one song, maybe two that ever got airplay. Will I drive to Columbia to see him? Yeah. But like not if I have something else going on, right? Lady friend booked us a very nice dinner on Saturday night. We found out Friday afternoon Cowboy Mouth was in Columbia this Saturday. Did we change our plans to go see him? Nah. I'll catch him next time they come through. Versus Georgia, who would be like if the Eagles played in Columbia. Would I drop my plans to go see them? You're damn right I would. In a heartbeat. So I kind of feel like that's kind of where you are right now. And the question is, how do you take that step up? How do you go from being the popular cover band to being a band that's big enough that eventually an executive comes to you and goes, hey, we kind of want you guys to cut your own stuff now. We kind of want you guys to record your own album. We kind of want to put a couple of singles on the air for you. We kind of want to move you up from playing Robbie B's dive bar to playing amphitheaters. And then we want to move you from amphitheaters up to stadiums and then stadiums to arenas like the Bulldogs are doing right now, like Alabama's doing right now, like Clemson was doing a couple of years back. How do we escalate that? And so what you do is you lean on your strengths there. If your strength is a damn charismatic cover man, what do you become? You become Robbie in Shenanigans, right?
That's hypothetical because you don't want to do that because that causes problems.
If I've said many times, I am the sixth most important member in my 5-man band. All right. I'm the entertainment between songs.
I got eyeballed a little bit when went to a couple places and Lonzo
no one's ever said, that's Rob's band Shenanigans. It's like Shenanigans, the band Rob is in.
Yeah, there you go.
Right?
Yeah.
So if you've got lead singer charisma, you focus on the lead singer. He sits in the center of the stage. The biggest spotlights are on him. You put him out front to woo the audience, and then the band goes along for the ride. If your strength is a guitar player, Carlos Santana, what do? The guitar player has a solo on every song in the middle of the stage, and the lead singer kind of has a mic that he walks up there to sing with, and then he comes back when his part's over. If your lead singer is, or if your biggest, most important part is a bassist, you're Kiss. You better have a damn good show to go along with it. Your music's very average. I love bassists. They're the most important part of any band.
Wait. Did you say Kiss was an average band?
Musically, Kiss is as mediocre as it gets.
Wow.
Musically. I'm a big Kiss fan. I got a Gene figurine in the office right now. He sits right by the door. First thing you see when you come in.
Yeah, he's been knocked down more than anything in that place.
Just like in real life, probably.
Yeah, probably.
If you're a bassist, you better put on a really theatrical show. How do you grow by using your strength? And so the question I'm having here for Gamecock fans is, you're a cover band. You're trying to move in an area that is musically diverse and has major acts touring on it year round. How does South Carolina step up from being a relatively popular cover band in the area to being a touring act? What are you leaning on? Are you putting Shane Beamer out front as your lead singer? Are you leaning on the theatrics of a Saturday night in Columbia? Hey, you want to play under the best lights? You want to play in front of the most aggressive, wildly passionate fan base? Like, what is your strength of this cover band that you're going to take them into a national touring act? Gamecock fans, are you good with the State of the Union? And what is the thing you are most optimistic about right now? Is it your lead singer, Shane Beamer? Is it your theatrical presence at Willie B on a Saturday night? Is it the fact that you've got great roadies? I don't know what I'm comparing the roadies to, but hey, roadies can make or break a gig.
Yeah, I was waiting for that.
I was trying to come up with something on the fly. I do this thing a lot where I say a thing and then I'm like, okay, what did I mean right there? And I thought I had something for that. I got it.
I was going to say, as the roadie of the radio station, I'm waiting for this analogy to work for me.
Do you have great roadies? As in people that can go out, spread the good word, and get people excited about your shows, right? Because a roadie really kind of has two jobs. Number one, they got to set up all the equipment to make sure everything's going to go smoothly. And number two, they got to help you get people to come to the show before your brand sells itself. Aerosmith doesn't have to call the station and go, hey, we want you guys to give away some promo tickets to get people excited. They just show up and people sell them out. Luke Bryan's coming to town. He doesn't have to call ahead and get some advertisements rolling to sell tickets. He's just going to sell out.
Who?
Luke Bryan.
Who's that?
Country music superstar.
Ah, okay.
If you're a cover band, you got to send people out into the community to get people excited to come check out your band, come see your gig. Is that your strength? So that's my question to you, Gamecock fans. What are you leaning on to take the very popular cover band that you are into a touring act? Because I think the equipment's there. I think you've got all the right gear. I think you've got the show lined up. But how do you elevate to the next level? What are you optimistic that is going to carry you from where you are to where you want to be? Because I don't think you're where you want to be right now, right? You don't want to be a perennial 7-5, 8-4, third, fourth in the SEC team. You want to get up and compete. So how do you raise up to that level? What do you have right now? What is the strongest asset you have right now that takes you up to the next level? Let me know. Text us on the madworldattractions.com. Text line 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N. We'll read them on the air. Tweet me at the Fan Upstate. I am manning that handle this morning at the Fan Upstate, at the Rob Brown Show, at Lonzo on Word. And, of course, shoot us a call. Jump on the air, 844-326-3663. It is the Rob Brown Show. It is the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, one more live read, and then we're back. Don't go anywhere.
Oh, it does work that way. Cool. So Zach mentioned something about the Moonslayer. So, many moons ago, see what I did there? The sales manager downstairs, who's no longer with us, he's still alive. He just doesn't work here anymore.
Okay. That was a dramatic way to phrase it. Okay.
Decided that we would be doing a high school scoreboard show.
Yep.
And I was told to do a high school scoreboard show. And I said, I'm not from here. I don't really know the high schools from here. And then I was told, do a high school scoreboard show. So I said, okay. So I brought along Zach and a guy named Dave. We start doing the show, and Dave starts calling himself Moonslayer. Just on the air, out of the blue, Moonslayer. That was his name. And it's like, okay.
For a daytime show, even better.
Well, it was at night. I mean, it was like after the Burns game.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's like, okay. I don't know if Zach and I ever really talked about it, but I do believe we exchanged looks when Dave decided to go Moonslayer. And then we, being us, just went with it and went into it. If I recall, I think he had a backstory for being Moonslayer and stuff. And we did all that, and we still couldn't get taken off of that show. No matter what we did, we went with it, and because we didn't want to do it. But eventually that show was still listened to by a lot of football teams because we gave the scores out and then did whatever that was. He also changed his name to something else later on. He stopped being the Moonslayer and went to something else. I can't remember what it was. And then one day, like the Moonslayer, he was gone, and we were all saddened.
So he's mysterious.
Yes, we did. We tried to kamikaze that thing. We absolutely did. And no matter what we did, it did not work. I mean, we didn't violate FCC, but still, we tried.
The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate, ladies and gentlemen. Recapping the show so far today, we have talked about Emo Jimmy Butler, Jimmy Heat World, right there in front of you. Fantastic stuff. We gave you the water cooler cheat sheet, the 3 items you have to know. We do that every day at 7 a.m. Your 3 stories today. Major League Baseball's postseason gets started just after 3 p.m. today. One more quick baseball story that I did not get to yet. They released their attendance numbers yesterday in 2023, 70.7 million in paid attendance. That is an almost 10% increase over the in-person attendance from last year. There were 64.5 million that went to a ballpark last year, 70.7 this year. The first time since 2017 that attendance reached 70 million, and 11 baseball weekends brought in over 1.5 million in ballpark visitors over the course of the year. 17 teams reported 2.5 million or more visitors. 24 ball clubs said they had more than 3 million fans in attendance. That is more than in the last decade. Average per game attendance for a Major League Baseball game, 29,295. That is a 9.1% increase in average attendance. And MLB said it was the, quote, highest percentage growth in 30 years, dating back to the 1993 expansion to 28 clubs in season. The league said MLB.TV recorded its most streamed season in its 21 years of operation, a 14% increase in users watching. And not only did fans see more games, 17% more games available, but the percentage of games watched in their entirety went up by 17%. That resulted in, according to Major League Baseball, 12.7 billion minutes of baseball watched, a 9% boost over the 11.7 billion minutes of baseball watched in 2022. So what changed? What made that number skyrocket? MLB believes it has to do with the litany of changes made to enhance the game experience, including pitch clocks to shorten games. Defensive shifts were limited, which meant that there was more offense this year, according to MLB, and players were encouraged to utilize their athleticism to make play more exciting. That, according to the press release MLB put out. It also obviously did not hurt that we had several close division and wildcard races that came down to the very last day of the regular season. And of course, our playoffs get started today. We have wild card games kicking off at 3:08 when the Rangers and the Rays get at it. We have got a wild card game kicking off at 4:38, Blue Jays and Twins. We have a wild card game getting started this evening at 7:08 when the Diamondbacks and Brewers open up NL play. And then we have a wild card round tonight at 8:08 when the Marlins and the Phillies, an NL East rivalry, the winner of which will move on to take on the NL East champions, the Atlanta Braves. So a lot of baseball in the news today in today's water cooler cheat sheet and beyond. We discussed Phil Nevin being fired by the Angels. We discussed the Hornets signing a deal with Mr. Beast, the wildly popular YouTube influencer. Of course, his snack brand Feastables, which features what's the name of that candy bar that he has, Lonzo?
It's chocolate. It has peanuts in it.
Yeah, but what's the name of it?
Starts with a D.
Darn Good Candy Bar?
I think so. Maybe.
Dadgum Delicious? What's the name of that bar? It's not it.
D's something. D's
Delicious?
Maybe. It could be delicious. We haven't tried it yet. Although it is available at your local grocer.
If I bring one tomorrow, are you eating it?
Absolutely. It's chocolate, dude.
So the Hornets getting into the influencer world. It's a good move. It's a good move.
There are pictures now of the jersey with the logo
with
on
that
it.
Patch?
Yeah, it doesn't have that patch.
The Feastables.
With the Feastables, yeah, you should.
That, yeah,
it looks good. I mean, you wouldn't even notice.
Yeah,
you wouldn't notice. So I don't know how does that help other than him talking about it with all his viewers. I mean, if you look at the jersey, it doesn't stand out.
I would agree, but I don't think it necessarily needs to. I think what you need is Mr. Beast promoting the Hornets. Mr. Beast has, shut up, Mr. Beast channel, 188 million YouTube followers.
Glad Mr. Beast was clean right there.
Yeah, you and me both. 100 autoplay is the worst thing to happen to the internet. I don't ever want your video to audio play. There is no point.
Would you not want our video to autoplay?
No.
Okay. All right.
No, you want to know why?
So you choices, man.
Correct.
Okay.
I'll tell you why. If I go to your website, like, I don't know, if I was sitting in a spot where I was at work and I can't have audio playing, I'm in the boss's office, I'm ignoring what he's saying, I'm scrolling my phone, and if he asks, I'm like, nope, important work stuff happening over here, Mr. Boss Man.
I'll say we'd never have that problem.
We would never
here
do that.
Because we're instructed to always have eye contact with the boss. You got to look him straight in the eye. You look away, it could be bad for you.
Right. But if I was not paying attention, if I was, if I was half paying attention in any given meeting, and I was like, let me just scroll, see if this guy's got any videos. Because like on YouTube, you can mark a video, watch later. And I'll do that throughout the day. If something pops up, then I'm like, I want to watch it, but I need to focus on this thing right now. I'll click save, watch for later. And I'll go home at night and I'll watch whatever I got put together for the day. If I do that and I go to your website and it just starts autoplaying, what am I doing? Instantly closing out, never coming back. Never coming back. Autoplay is the worst thing that's ever happened to the internet.
Or if you do that, while you're supposed to be paying attention to the boss, you may have plenty of more time to.
That's true.
To
you
peruse
might
the
have
internet.
A lot of YouTube browsing time lined up after that. But if I like your channel, if I come there and I see some videos, I'll save them all for later. And I won't close out your page and never come back.
James says this is why I want MySpace to stay dead. I don't remember that MySpace had, because I don't remember MySpace.
If you went to somebody's direct profile, they could put the little song up there. They could put a song up there that whatever their jam was, they could put it up there. And when you went to the profile, it just started autoplaying. And sometimes it would be just tragically bad music. Sometimes it'd be great stuff, but just tragically bad music. That's if you get in somebody's top 8, you get the little notification, Lonzo has added you to their top 8. So you go check out Lonzo's page.
Why'd you use me as an example? Because my page was the band page.
Yeah.
So
and when you go to Lonzo's page, it just starts playing Rick Springfield, or else his sister's going to beat him up.
Yeah. I need to write a parody of that. I really do. And just record it and send it to my sister. No one else needs to hear it but her.
So we talked a little bit about that earlier. I think that's I think it's a great move for the Hornets. I asked South Carolina fans a question, and I'll put together some of y'all's answers. I'll compile some answers, and we'll kind of revisit this tomorrow. I look at the South Carolina Gamecocks right now as like a wildly popular cover band in an area that is inundated with great music. Honestly, I think it's difficult. Like when I was in my cover band, we were down in the Florida Panhandle, not a lot of great music coming through there. We didn't really have any big time arenas. Like every now and then, the Pensacola Bay Civic Center, which is pretty much the same size as the Well, every now and then on like a Tuesday night, a big touring act would come through because it was a little pit stop between New Orleans and Jacksonville, Atlanta and Miami, whatever. And it was just, hey, it's a 3-day drive to get all the equipment down there. So let's stop and play a show in Pensacola to earn a little beer money. And that was it. So it was kind of easy because we never really had to go up against Garth Brooks on a Friday night. We didn't really have to go up against, whoever, J. Cole on a Saturday. It was like, you want music? Shenanigans is playing at the bar. That's your best option. Up here at this area, you got a lot of great bands that come through. You got Charlotte, you got Atlanta, you got Greenville, the Well. I mean, there's some big acts coming through there.
Heritage.
Andrea Bocelli is coming here, y'all. Are you kidding me? You get a Bocelli show, you've made it.
Is that like opera?
Yeah, Opera Symphony. I can't wait. I'm 100% in. I think it's the night after Valentine's Day.
Do you?
You know who we get on Valentine's Day?
Who?
Freaking Journey, dude.
Yeah.
Journey and Toto. Can't wait.
Yeah, we've had this discussion. I would want to see Toto for sure.
Yeah, you're getting both in one night. It's going to be exceptional.
Who headlines? We got to find. Who goes first?
Journey.
Come on.
Journey.
Come on.
I am coming on. You're the only one who's more excited about Toto than Journey.
No, I can.
The only one.
I can point out some people down the hall.
You were the only person not in your. You're the only person outside of your circle. Nobody else is more excited about Toto than Journey.
There's a shorter person down the hall who's very excited
In your
about
circle.
Toto. How's that my circle? I mean,
The building's your circle.
You're right.
I know.
On it, I don't have a circle outside this place,
And
except for
nobody
my
outside
immediate
of this
family.
place is more excited about Toto than Journey.
Well, I basically live here. I don't have time for friends.
So we get, this is an area that is a wonderful music scene. Wonderful music scene. We got Andrea Bocelli, we got Journey, we got Toto. I mean, just the biggest acts in America.
What does Bocelli sing that I would know?
Stevie Nicks is coming, dude. Stevie Nicks is coming.
Does she do just her hits or her hits and Fleetwood Mac
That's a
hits?
great question.
Because she had quite a few hits on her own.
She did. And then also was in a relatively successful little minor band.
Because if she comes and she
project.
does Edge of 17 and doesn't do Rhiannon, that's a problem.
I don't know what she's going to do, to be honest with you. I don't know what she's going to do. I know I'm going to be there. Not only am I going to be there, I'm probably going to be in a box for that show. The Fiance is
I was going to say, I don't think you have much of a choice on that one.
Fiance is a massive Stevie Nicks fan. So there's that. Of all the shows coming, I'll be at that one in the best seat. All right. But here's my comparison. South Carolina, wonderful tour, like wonderful regional.
I probably know someone who might be able to get you backstage. You know?
Listen, if he came to me and said, Rob, I can get you backstage to Stevie Nicks, don't be shocked if I turn up dead the next day.
Why don't you just go ask?
I probably should.
Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna. I mean, the worst he could say is a few
Leave
words.
me alone, you psychopath. Don't ever come into my office.
A few
again.
words, and then say, I see what I can do. I mean, you're on good terms,
We'll
so
see.
We'll
see. I think that South Carolina to me represents a very popular regional touring cover band that plays in an area that has a lot of big time national and international acts coming through. How do you elevate? How do you get to where you are being asked to go play your own gigs and record your own music in an area where Stevie Nicks is playing, where Journey's playing, where Luke Bryan is playing, where all these
I'm
huge
getting the
acts are
feeling
playing?
that you don't know any other modern acts.
I'm just
other
going with
than-
bands I know that are coming
Okay,
around.
okay, all right.
I'm trying to use bands that are actually coming here.
You're mentioning all the ones that you're trying to
The
go see.
Foo
Yeah.
Fighters are coming here.
There we go. I mean, but I don't know. When's the last time they put out an album?
Drake is coming here.
Started from the bottom.
Beyonce is coming here.
I don't know. I don't know. if
Beyonce's
we're-
not coming here.
Yeah, we're probably not.
Tay-Tay's not coming here either. Point is, how do you elevate yourself? That's the question I asked of you guys, and would love for you to answer it. We'll compile some of your answers, put them together for tomorrow. Texter said, the Gamecocks will elevate to the next level when they start playing their 5-star instead of their backup quarterback at wide receiver. That is so freaking frustrating. Yeah. I asked that question yesterday. Why in the hell is Luke Doty playing wide receiver and not Nick Harbor?
So what you're saying is if Nick Harbor were out there starting, the Gamecocks would be undefeated.
No, I'm saying
that he's going to make that much of a difference this year that they would have at least won one more game.
He would make any difference?
Probably.
There you go.
He doesn't play defense.
Doesn't matter.
He doesn't play. Last I checked, unless he's a two-way player, he doesn't play defense. And defense is a major problem.
Did offense score enough to beat Tennessee? No. Did they score enough to beat Georgia? No.
Did the defense stop them so the offense would have more of an opportunity?
The offense has to be putting points on the board. You know what your weaknesses are, and you know what your strengths are, and you know
you got the best quarterback in the SEC, but you also have one of the worst defenses.
Every drop, every straw on the pile makes it bigger. And if Nick Harbor's not playing, but Luke Doty is, you are taking straw off the pile unnecessarily.
So you bring Harbor in, you waste a year, and they don't win any. And he could have had that other year later on. Why not just keep him out for now? Maybe you see what the future is.
Transfer portal.
I get that's a possibility. Maybe you feel strongly enough that you know he's not going to do that.
Transfer portal. That's why you do it. Listen, and this is part of, I've said it a long time.
So in the past, this would have been a good move, but right now it's not.
I've said for a very long time, with the portal comes hits and misses. As a coach, you are able to build through the portal. Mike Norvell is the establishment of that right now. That Seminole team that is ranked number 5 in the country is a portal-built team. Jordan Travis, Jaheim Bell, Keon Coleman, those are all portal guys. The other side of that coin is if you're bringing in guys who either are A, not fully committed to your program, so you got to be a good judge of that. B, you bring them in and you don't give them what you promised them. Or C, you bring them in, you do get you what you promised them, but someone else comes in. I know that was a bad move, and somebody else promises and is able to deliver more.
I was wondering if I needed to go to network or something.
That was bad.
For a moment.
I had a full meltdown mid-sentence.
Oh no.
You bring in somebody, you promise them the world, you're able to deliver it to them, but somebody else steps in and promises them more and are able to deliver for them. You got a problem. Again, I don't know what Nick Shamer. Good Lord, what is happening to me? I don't know what Shane Beamer promised Nicholas Harbor.
All right, here's some positivity though. The monster or whatever he's drinking wore off today at 9:42, whereas yesterday it wore off around 8:59. So he's getting the formula. He's getting where he's almost got it. By tomorrow,
we'll figure it out.
We're there.
Might make it till 10 before I just break down. I don't know what Shane Beamer promised Nick Harbor. If he told Nick Harbor, hey, we plan on playing you 4 games and red-shirting you in your freshman year, and Nick Harbor went, good with that, coach, then there's no problem. But I'll tell you, there is for a guy who has said about, say, the Carolina Panthers, wins don't matter. I know it's counterintuitive. No NFL fan wants to hear that your team doesn't care if they win or lose. I get it. I understand. But wins don't matter. Growth and development does. Wins kind of do matter more at the college level. Wins matter because it's easy to go out and recruit when you're sitting on a 7-5 record with a bowl win to go up to 5-star recruits and go, look, we're real close. And imagine if you're the difference maker. Imagine if you're the guy that takes us from 7-5 to 11-1 or 7-5 to 12-0. Imagine if you're the guy that takes us from the Gator Bowl to the Sugar Bowl. Imagine how big of a celebrity you're going to be to get that guy to buy in. Imagine how much more difficult it is to go to a Nick Harbor now if you win the year 5-7. Hey, man, you might make the difference taking us from 5-7 to 8-4 and 3rd in the division. Or not divisions anymore, but you get it. Wins do matter more at the collegiate level than the NFL level in this case. So what do you sell? What's your selling point? How do you go? Let's take a break. We'll come back. We'll wrap this show up. My name is Rob Brown. The great Lonzo's in charge of the show. So all those little meltdowns I had, he did that, not me. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It's the Fan Upstate.
Sophomore MG Morris is the new starting quarterback.
NC State, replacing Brennan Armstrong. Brad transferred from Virginia, who started the first 5 games of the season. Luke comes after the 3-2 Wolfpack failed to score in the second half of last Friday's 13-10 home loss to Louisville. No major changes in the AP Top 25 football poll this week. Georgia, Michigan, Texas, Ohio State, Florida State, Penn State, and Washington stay the same from 1 through 7. Oregon up a spot to number 8. USC down 1 to 9. Notre Dame up 1 spot to number 10. North Carolina's up 1 spot to number 14. Despite not playing last week, they'll take on Syracuse this weekend. Duke down 2 spots to number 19. They lost at home against Notre Dame Saturday. In the FCS poll, Furman up 3 spots to number 4. NC Central up 2 spots to number 11. Western Carolina jumped 4 spots to number 17. The Fan Upstate is your home for Furman Paladins football play-by-play all season long. Catch every game right here live. Download the Odyssey app, search the Fan Upstate, and listen anywhere on your phone. I'm Chuck Sanders with the Sports Flash on the Fan Upstate.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, you're in the red zone for every college rivalry and divisional matchup all season long. On a game day, you never have to decide which teams to watch. Only what combination of bites, burgers, wings, and more to order. Plus, where else are your favorite draft beers always poured at a frozen 29 degrees? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Get wings the way you want them. Try Twin Peaks wings, bone-in breaded, naked, smoked and grilled, or boneless in your favorite sauce or rub.
Did you know that over 90% of male enhancement pills are virtually the same thing that's repackaged, redone over and over again? Why settle for the same old product when you can get something completely different? Something that takes male enhancement into the 21st century. Something that really works. Men, you need to try Noxitril, the all-natural male enhancement formula that will unlock your performance in the bedroom to a level you could only dream of. Try to imagine Viagra on steroids. Noxitril is so powerful, that's why it took years for it to finally become available to the public without a prescription. So call now and take advantage of our special Noxitril free bottle offer today. Oh yeah, we recommend that you use the Noxitril dose as directed. Think of your partner. We certainly don't want you to overperform in the bedroom.
Find out how to get a free bottle of Noxitril while supplies last. Call 800-490-7843, 800-490-7843. Free bottles for a limited time. Call now, 800-490-7843, 800-490-7843.
Hi, this is Mark Ryan. Join me this Wednesday from 3 till 7 as we broadcast live from Ingles Markets at 429 East Main Street in Liberty, South Carolina. We'll also be giving away a $25 Ingles gift card. See you there.
Yep, I'm looking at the pages right now.
Thomas's translation company just lost its only 2 Spanish speakers. Without the right replacements, he'll be in problemas.
Yeah, we'll have those ready.
Problemas.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, I'm Martha Stewart, and I have a question for you. You know that unwelcome guest everyone wishes would just leave already? That's COVID-19. That's why I got a
Oh, Martha Stewart on the Fan Upstate.
Got it.
Learn more and schedule this season's
Trey says Beach Boys come to Spartanburg. I wonder if John Stamos is coming with them. Does he still play with them?
I'm gonna tell you right now. Rob will risk. That show's on a Wednesday, and Spartanburg Memorial Auditorium has that show from 7:30 till 11:30 p.m.
Don't do it, Rob. I mean,
How many more times are the Beach Boys going to come anywhere near us?
How many original Beach Boys are in the Beach Boys?
I literally typed how many original, and it auto-completed Beach Boys are left.
Because it heard us talking.
Yeah, it must have. All right, let's see here. According to goldradiok.com.
Reputable.
Seems like it. Original member Dennis Wilson died in 1983 in a drowning accident. Do you know Glenn Campbell was in the Beach Boys?
Mm-hmm. You haven't seen the old pictures of that?
I did not know that. There have been over 50 members of the Beach Boys.
Has there been more members of the Doobie Brothers or the Beach Boys? Which band had more?
Gonna give it to you.
All right, time to ask
Gonna
Rob
give it to you.
what the X is going on. And Rob is seriously considering going to the Beach Boys concert. I'm just gonna
I
throw
got a
that in
problem,
there.
man, because like on one hand, I very much want to go see the Beach Boys, whatever of the 50 members that have been in it are in it now. On the other hand, it's on a Wednesday night. It starts at 7:30. Not a problem. Slated to end at 11:30. And here's the thing. The Beach Boys are good enough that 7:30 to 11:30, and I probably know every song that they play the whole time. On the other hand, in Spartanburg, that puts me home at about 1 a.m. Here's how I play that, Zoe. How I play that is Wednesday when the show ends at 10, I do my hour and a half, 2 hours of work after the show. I go home. I am sleeping from like noon 30 till like 6:30 p.m. I'm going to that show. I'm staying up the whole way through the night. I'm coming here to end my day.
It's going to mess up the rest of your week because how do you get out of that pattern? I don't know.
You just got to live that life until the reboot over the weekend. But how many more times are the Beach Boys going to come anywhere near me?
I think we need to find out if Stamos is still there and if we can get him on the show.
I mean, if Stamos is coming on the show, I'll do the show from the Beach Boys tour.
Why not? Why not?
John Stamos. It's Uncle Jesse, bro.
We know some guys with connections. I mean, it wouldn't hurt
I'm not gonna lie,
to ask.
That might be the first true test. Because here's the thing. Coming up in like February, March, there are some shows coming through that I'm going to. Journey and Toto, Andrea Bocelli, Stevie Nicks. All these shows are weeknight shows that I know I got to run the gambit here. I got to take the risk because I'm music above everything.
By the way, Raw coming
October 30th.
Yeah.
But that's a Monday night too.
Yeah, but still, it's
that show because with a dark match afterwards.
If there's a dark match,
that show's not ending until 10:45.
No, dude. It's Raw. It's not ending until about 11:45.
Then Raw go. Oh, it's 8 to 11, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Oh no, I got problems.
You
I
do.
got problems. I'm gonna be rolling up that Tuesday at like 5:55 a.m. Jack.
We could both take the next day off. I mean, we got days, right?
That's
I mean,
true.
you know, yeah. I feel like I'm going to be sick that day. The first thing that is Xing yo is CM Punk.
What? Okay, so this has been interesting because CM Punk gets fired from AEW. Edge moves over. We learned that during this weekend, and now there's a bunch of old WWE fans that are like, "What if CM Punk shows up at Fastlane?" Like, why the hell would anybody want CM Punk to show up at Fastlane?
Or anywhere.
Like,
for
Paul
that matter.
Levesque will fight CM Punk to keep him from getting into Fastlane. What is going on with that? Like, at this point, it's just people are losing their minds over all this. I just want to sit back and enjoy wrestling, guys.
Just let it go. Let him go.
Yeah.
All right. The next thing that's Xing is #Mean Girls Day.
All right, so here's the thing. I don't know. And you guys know that there is at least one routine Mean Girls reference.
This is like a really huge deal.
On the show every day. Why is it trending? Why is today Mean Girls Day? I mean, I know there's the old define your perfect date. Well, it's April 25th because it's not too hot and it's not too cold. All you need is a light sweater. Great day. What is today about Mean Girls Day? I mean, I'll watch it. It's a great movie. Great movie. That's it for us, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed the show because if you didn't, you're stuck with us because we're back tomorrow at 6 a.m. to do it all over again. That guy over there, that handsome devil, that's Lonzo. My name is Rob Brown. Thank you for listening to The Rob Brown Show right here on the Fan Upstate. Later. Yeah. Thank you. Keegan coming through in the clutch, reminding me of a reference that slipped my brain. Well done. Attaboy, Keegan.
Still have never seen the movie. So, I mean,
You got to watch Mean Girls. It's
I
phenomenal.
went to high school. I know exactly what Mean Girls is like.
Yeah, but that's like saying I played high school ball. I don't need to watch Varsity Blues. No, you still need to watch Varsity Blues. Another incredible movie.
It was whipped cream and stuff. Yeah. It's just,
It was.
yeah. It's just,
And
yeah.
a young Captain America, if I recall correctly.
No.
Wasn't Chris Evans in that movie?
No.
Who was in that movie? Somebody was in that movie.
It was Vanderbeek. I
Vanderbeek
think.
was in it. Oh,
Yeah.
Paul Walker. That's who was in that movie.
Was that Paul Walker?
Yeah, Paul
Oh,
Walker was in that movie. Let's see. Vanderbeek, John Voight, was Coach Kilmer,
That's a good point, Keegan.
Paul Walker,
That's a very good point.
Amy Smart. I thought there were more. Ellie Larder. I guess that was it. Paul Walker. That's what I was thinking of. Your high school was built different. Teachers chucking desk, sisters stabbing brothers with pensacles. Pensacle? All right, I'm done. I'm out.
Excuse me, is that a pentacle you got over there?
So your pensacles are showing.
I don't want your pentacle showing, you know.
Oh,
Certain ages, a pentacle will do things you don't want it to do.
I'm struggling today, kids. All right, thank y'all for watching. Hope you enjoyed it. We'll be back tomorrow to do it all over again, but better. You're all lovely people. Tell your friends about it. Share it around on the social media, etc., etc. How do I get through that without butchering it? But I can't say the word pencils.
Pensacles.
Struggle's real. See you guys tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.
Can't match.